Hello, everybody. Welcome to Monday's All Signs. We're looking at who's coming towards you and why this week. I look at the energy they're in and what's pulling them towards you, what's happening, any patterns or feelings that might be going on as well. And for each zodiac sign, I will do Aries through Pisces. I'll do it separate. Like I'll just pull a card for each zodiac sign to see what the potential is this week, if there's any movement or just what energy they're in. So my Monday readings, and then I will be doing super chats afterwards for those who are live with me. That's how you'll know. Right after Pisces, I'll go right in. Hello, Randy. I do have Randy and Carissa on there already. So once I get to Pisces and I go straight into it, I only stay on for about another 30 minutes afterwards. So get your readings in. The link is pinned to the chat and so forth. So hello, Randy, what's up? And Lori, what's up? And Angel, what's up? I see Bernadette, what's up? I feel like I'm going to lose my voice already. This is crazy. And Bettina, what's up as well, and Carissa, you guys are awesome. Thanks for being here so far. I have been dealing with a runny nose and allergies for about 3 weeks now, and I just don't feel like taking any medicine for it. I don't know. Sometimes I just get so sick of just taking something for everything. Hello, Jeff, what's up? May the 4th be with you. I did not wear my 4th yoga shirt today. I forgot to, but I knew it was going to be the 4th, and tomorrow is Cinco de Mayo. Debbie, what is up? I have a lot of birds this weekend. I had about 5 or 6 birds go to my bird feeder. I recorded some of it, and I'll put it on Instagram eventually. I got to put it together, but it was really cool. I've had Flonase before. I know. I used to take it. All right, let's dive in. Aries, we're starting with you. Let's see who's coming towards you. What's their actual energy right now? And what's pulling them towards you? For my Aries, don't forget I put out the 7-day forecast on Sundays. Aries, you got the temperance energy overall. So patience, my friends, patience. Hello, the girl. And we have Sagittarius energy showing up. So really, you just gotta play the game here when it comes to the temperance energy. You know, the right time in. You'll know the right time. Don't push things this week. Try not to over push things this week. If you do listen to your 7-day forecast, I do go day by day, the kind of energy that might be showing up for you. And this is doing things in moderation. So somebody might be acting kind of chill. Maybe things are kind of moving. 1 minute, it seems like everything's going okay. The next minute, it seems a little bit slower or off. All right. You know, this is just an energy of somebody maybe not wanting to show up desperately, right? Or doesn't want to push things too fast, or just wants to be kind of chill energy, right? And so this can irritate you this week, especially. You may feel like, you know, sometimes you're putting in too much or doing too much, and you're wanting somebody else to take charge, right? So let's see what's going on. That card does say this week could be the right time for things to move, but you have to do things at the right time, not push when you know it's coming from fear, or push too far when it's like already a lot of tension, right? So you got to kind of gauge the energy when it comes to the relationship this week. Your person is showing up as the 7 of Swords energy. All right. So they're not being completely transparent with you. all right? But they are more aware. They are kind of around your energy. They might be kind of tiptoeing around, or, you know, kind of dancing around truths. They're not being completely 100% honest about everything. And that doesn't have to be fully deceptive for some of you. It's just like your person's just being kind of superficial and not getting to the root of things. They're trying to act chill about something when they do need to tell you, or they're more aware of what you're feeling and what you're thinking than they're letting on. All right. So keep in mind the Temperance card is showing up with that, which means somebody could be acting chill even though they're really not. What is pulling them towards you? I see the World card. They feel like something hasn't completed between the two of you. All right. They need closure, or there's still unfinished business, but they're kind of tiptoeing around it. Right. They don't want to close the door yet without saying something, or they don't know what they want, so they're not saying something, or they just feel like you guys keep going around in circles, but they don't know how to approach you. All right. So what is stopping them? What's their block? What's stopping them? The Nine of Cups. It could be you. All right. You have a lot to give. You have a lot of good energy. You know, they want this, they want you, but they don't want you to know to what extreme they do, or they still desire this connection with you. They don't want to close the door, but they don't want to let you know. Maybe, you know, let's see if I can get it right, what I'm trying to say here. You're looking good, but they, on one hand, they don't want to give it all over to you and look vulnerable. All right, they want to seem more chill than they actually are, because you are very desirable. So I can see that for some of you, you will get that blessing this week. You know, you get what you want. Maybe for some of you, you always get what you want. And that's something that bothers them on some level, right? They don't want to seem too easy, right? Or things are too easy, or you just always get what you want, right? Sometimes there can be a little bit of stubbornness there. So you have somebody kind of tiptoeing around you, dancing around and being indirect, and, you know, and that's where it can be very frustrating for you. So let's look at you, what you're not seeing about yourself. I'm seeing the Six of Wands. What an energy already to start the show. All right. You're not seeing how attractive maybe you are, or how much you're standing out, how much attention you get, how confident you are. These energies are, maybe somebody's, I don't know, maybe your person's a little bit envious or jealous. Maybe you are, you know, the captain of the team, or maybe you are the teacher's pet, or maybe you're the, you know, head honcho at work. I don't know. You know, maybe you just kind of walk around like, you know, your shit don't stink, right? Which is okay, right? Good for you. But maybe you don't know it, right? So that's kind of funny. I mean, I like that. I like when people don't realize sometimes, you know, you know, how good they look when they walk around. It's like a natural, people are drawn to you, right? And you can be a little bit intimidated. So you've got somebody that maybe doesn't want you to know how much they want this, or how much they are attracted to you. Maybe they see other people admiring you, right? They see other people. So you've got a really good energy. And so, but what I see with this, though, for you this week, with the other energies that I read about on Sunday, is that, you know, you could push too far, or you could be questioning yourself, or questioning a situation. And so if you feel a little pulled or anxious this week, or feel like you need to do some pushing or chasing, no, I'm saying no. I'm saying you need to just keep doing your thing, because you're drawing somebody near you. Let them do their dance, and let them, you know, come to you, because you're getting more attention than you realize. And you could even be turning other people's heads, right? And somebody knows this, and somebody's not finished with this. So let them sweat it a little bit. You may get some truth this week. You may actually get them showing up, or I feel like somebody may slip, because you can only hide behind a mask for so long. And somebody's going to slip this week, a confession. All right. I love confessions, and confessions come in a lot of ways. So maybe I need to not be so bland or so general when I say that. People slip up all the time. So the more chill you act, the more yourself you act this week, somebody's going to slip up. So what is actually happening this week? Ooh, the Tower card. This guy won't stop showing up last week and this week. Maybe this is the week where, somebody finally slips up and says something. The Tower is an oopsie. It's an oopsie. It's like somebody stubs their toe, or somebody just happens to be somewhere, says something accidentally, a truth comes out, somebody slips and says something, and you're like, wait a minute, I caught that, right? So it's going to be obvious. I'm not even going to say you have to pay attention. If this is your story, it's going to be obvious this week. It's going to be hard to hold back. It's going to be hard for somebody to act super chill over something that happens. Now, somebody else may say something and says somebody and speaks this person's truth, and they didn't expect it. So you could hear it from somebody else as well. So there will be a Tower moment. What's really going on deep underneath all this, and what do you get to do this week? The Ten of Pentacles. All right. There could be a pattern here somebody's dealing with. It could feel familiar. Somebody may be trying to keep face because of family, work, coworkers, or home life. They could have a family life, family situation going on that they're trying to hide. All right. But it does seem like a pattern that you've dealt with before with this person. I feel like somebody could have friends or family they're trying to keep something hidden from them. So just know that could be one of the other blocks that's going on, or they're trying to play cool when it comes to work or other people around them. They're trying to act a certain way, but it's going to come out this week that they cannot hide their true feelings. What do you get to do? What should you do this week? And I see the Lovers card. All right. So to me, it's whatever's going on within you. And I already said that you really need to just kind of be yourself and be authentic, because you're attracting somebody in. It looks like somebody is in love with you, but you have a choice this week of how you want to deal with this. And you have more influence over this connection than you realize. The Lovers card is asking you, to really tap into what it is you really want. And do you really love this person? Do you really want this person? Or do you want to play this game? But it is saying be open to a love situation forming this week for you as well, and communication, because somebody does have more feelings for you than they're letting on, and it will come out this week through a Tower moment. So let's see Aries through Pisces for you and see if I can get the potential this week or anything else Spirit wants you to know about each zodiac sign. Now you have Aries and Scorpio showing up for you. You have Mars energy. All right. So I do see Mars. There's going to be challenges, conflicts, some tension. And so you should feel the tension happening around you this week with this person. I see communication through Gemini energy, and also Uranus is in Gemini right now. So this is one of these times where you just don't know. You don't know until you know, and something might happen that is so bizarre. And that word, I never use that word. So watch out for bizarre behavior this week when it comes to your person. Now I'm seeing Knight of Water at the bottom of the deck. This is going to be totally different, Aries through Pisces. Let's just see what comes through for each zodiac sign. Meditate on your sign that you're thinking about. Knight of Cups talks about somebody inviting you somewhere, or somebody opening up to a conversation about their feelings this week. So you could get an invitation, you could get a message this week. And let's see Aries. You have King of Earth coming towards you, Aries, somebody very practical, somebody here who's probably acting very serious, very stable, but it looks like another Aries is ready to make an offer. Taurus, I see 5 of Wands, all right? So they are definitely competing for your attention. There could be tension around them this week. There could be some conflict. Pay attention to what the tension is, though, all right? Because if they're getting frustrated or aggravated, it could be because they're hiding their true, deeper feelings with you. So you may have some conflict. You may confront them this week, or there may be challenge and energy with them, right? But remember, the 6 of Wands is your energy. You have more influence over this than you realize. Gemini, Ace of Pentacles, all right, making an offer, but a seed is being planted this week with a Gemini. So they may say something, they may offer something, you may notice them doing something, or even presenting you with an offer or an idea, all right? So something is getting started with you and a Gemini. Cancer, I see the end of a phase or a situation happening this week with a Cancer. So however that looks for you. If it's been a tough time, it's over. If it's been, if you know you're ending something, you're moving on, fine. But you could be moving on from a situation. A lot of transformation and definitely something changing. And if you've been waiting for change, this is the week it's happening. Leo, I see the Knight of Fire. Leo could be shocking you this week with a sudden invitation. Things, going really fast, chemistry between the two of you. They may want your attention all of a sudden. So pay attention to a Leo. I do see messages, communication. Virgo being quiet, spending time by themselves this week. So if you find that they're a little distant this week, just know that I wouldn't worry about it. I would just be chill with it. They'll come back out of hiding. This is just one of these weeks where maybe a Virgo is just feeling, I just need to be a little bit more distant with myself and be with myself. So for you, it could mean less communication, or you're just feeling like something's off. Don't read into it too much. Let it play out. Libra, I see Queen of Air. Libra showing up in their energy. So they must be feeling really good this week, feeling like themselves, maybe finally making a decision about this connection. Scorpio, the star, happy times. You could be making some plans with the Scorpio. Whatever's going on with you in Scorpio, you're on the right path. So just trust. Sagittarius, Ace of Cups, falling in love, or there's a renewal, right, with the aces. So Sagittarius might be coming around, winking at you, taking a look, wanting to start something, but you are seeing some sort of invitation or growth and feeling some sort of new way with a Sagittarius. Capricorn, we got fast messages, things turning quickly. All right. So you have a lot of options with the Capricorn, a lot of ways things could turn with the Capricorn this week. Be open to surprises. All right. That does bring decisions. It also brings a lot of sometimes nonsense too. So try to read between the lines. A lot of information there with a Capricorn. Aquarius, things looking really good. You guys need to have more fun. So they're either saying to you, I want to have more fun. Let's have more fun. Let's get together. You might get together. You could reconcile. And Pisces, all right? So you could still be in separation, or things still kind of difficult with you and a Pisces. They may be trying to heal from another situation, or still healing from your situation. Just give it a little bit more time. And that was my Aries. Welcome, Dory and April. What is up? See if I didn't miss anybody that was coming in as I was reading. I'm so glad you guys are all here. AJM, what's up? Lisa, what is up? Look at all the chilies. We have definitely Cinco de Mayo tomorrow. Taco Day. All right, Taurus. Where's my bulls? You are welcome, Dory. April, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Blue butterfly. All right. All my birthdays, all my Tauruses. We got a lot of bulls in the house here. We attract a lot of earthy energies on this channel. All right. Venus girl, and time for Taurus. All right. This is actually one of my favorite times of the year, this season. Spring and summer. All right, Taurus, let's take a look at who's coming towards you this week, or who's around you, who's on your mind. Think about your person. What's actually going on with them right now? Let's see their energy. This first card is more about them, not what you think. All right. All right. Find all your Taurus placements. Mercury's in Taurus too. All right. The Lovers, bottom of the deck. right? So that's a good theme to start off with. So some of you are definitely finding, closeness this week, or feeling attraction this week, or feeling somebody else is attracted to you. Maybe you're just noticing that the bond that you have, if you already have one, is feeling like we're getting through something. We're starting to understand. Maybe we're even talking now a little bit more about what's next, or we're just becoming more comfortable with one another. So this could be a really good week of just getting more comfortable with the person that you're talking to. And it seems like you're both interested. You both have your eyes on each other. Or this could even be a new situation coming in for some of you. Always think about new in your life as well when you come to my readings. All right. I'm always manifesting that in my mind for you. All right. If you're single, I'm always calling it in. All right. This is Gemini energy. We do have Gemini, Uranus. So unpredictable energy right now. You may hear something this week that just is like, wow, I didn't see that coming. So stay open to that. All right. Stay open. Your person, let's see their energy. The Knight of Pentacles. All right. That's perfect for you. They're starting to get you. They're starting to come around. They're starting to understand some of the things about you. Maybe they're really focusing this week. This is a good energy. You have Knight of Pentacles, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, very earthy energy. You do have somebody that works a lot, somebody who, even if they don't have a job, it seems like their mind's on overtime. They're very cautious, and they can be very predictable too. So that wants to come through for you. So for my Tauruses, pay attention to your person's patterns, their patterns. This is a very predictable person. When they slow down, or if they've got something going on, they may have a lot on their mind. They might be just so used to their routine. They like to do things, stay on routine. Sounds a lot like you, right? In some ways. So this feels like a good vibe and energy. Like I said in the beginning, the lovers, you're mirroring each other. So it seems like something is really working this week. Your person might be really paying attention to what really makes you happy, all right? Or they're trying to make you happy. This is a Virgo energy. This is going to be somebody that is paying attention to the things that you might not even be aware of. So pay attention to if they're deciding to make sure they call you in the evening, or they remembered something you liked, right? Pay attention to those kind of things this week, because it looks like your person is putting forth the effort, or trying to put forth the effort. All right. So, just for some of you, maybe it is about looking at their actions, right? Not what they're saying. Don't pay attention to the words. A lot of bullshit can be coming out of somebody's mouth, but their actions is what matters, and how they make you feel. All right. So this week too, you could be trying to make your routines work for one another. So somebody trying to open their schedule and make it work with you, or work in their schedule around you, right? Or they're making more time for you, more effort for you this week. So I love this energy with your person. Even if it's moving slow and some of you are just getting frustrated, you might have to tap into some of that Aries energy and say, you need to slow down, right? Because that Aries energy can make us impulsive. And your person here is kind of cautious, right? Wants to do things right. And maybe that's the case. Maybe they do want to make sure they do things right with you. So if they don't want to jump in right away, that's a good sign that they value you, right? And they want to make sure that everything just is right. All right. So what does pull them towards you? I see the Queen of Pentacles. They think you are just right. I like this reading for Taurus. All right. It's your birthday. So, maybe this is why. Look at this. You are somebody that I don't think anybody compares to you. You might even be somebody, if this is new, you could be somebody they feel is like somebody that pushes them to their potential. Not necessarily out of their league, but somebody who has higher standards. Maybe they've been looking for this. Maybe they're questioning whether they can meet your standards. They could have been coming out of a relationship that was and they're very cautious. Some of us, if you're leaving a relationship, you're left for a reason, right? They want to make sure they don't get that with the next relationship, But even if you're in this relationship, this is somebody that values you. They actually look to you for growth. They look at what you do, what you say, and they are moving in your direction. And what pulls them towards you is you're very kind, very loving and warm-hearted. All right. This is the characteristic of Taurus that I know very well that nobody can replicate. You have the Empress energy. The Queen of Pentacles is the same. You have this energy that it's your whole package. It's nothing, one thing you can do. It's everything. It's that rootedness, that groundedness, and that aura of yours that is not replicable. Right. And it's that consistency and that energy of yours that always draws somebody back to you. They feel safe. They feel comfortable. So there's going to be, even if this is a newer relationship with that Lovers card, you see somebody that acknowledges this, and that is your power. So remember, that is your power. And that's why Tauruses can hang on for a long time, because you're comfortable in this energy, and somebody will always come back around and find you and feel you, and you're still the same, and that brings safety. All right. So very strong earthy energy. If there's a week, and I feel like if it was, did I say this last week? There was a love relationship started, or if you began something, this could be the week where you're actually, it's transforming into something more. Some of you newer relationships, you know, where it's building upon the next stage. All right. So what is their block though? The High Priestess. Sometimes they don't trust themselves, right? There's something about you that draws them to you, a very mysterious energy. They can't always figure you out, Taurus. All right. But the thing is what I've learned is that you're more simple. Don't try to make you more complicated than you are. Right. But everybody wants to. And Taurus is like, what are you doing? You know, it's pretty simplistic, pretty simple. But you have somebody that doesn't trust that. How can you be so simple and caring and kind? How can you be so real and raw and grounded? You know, why? But you also do have a stubbornness and control and issues too, and things like that, you know, might throw somebody off here and there. But there's always a solid reason behind that. But I'm seeing their block is sometimes their fear, or they just don't trust the situation. So they're very cautious. So all you have to do is just keep being yourself. There's not much more you have to do. Your person will figure this out. I do have a Pisces, Cancer energy, and you have Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. So let's look at you, what you're not seeing. The Wheel of Fortune. All right. You may be spinning your wheels, old patterns and fears coming up for you. All right. You also may be afraid to take a risk. You might be afraid to trust the process as well. The Wheel of Fortune. You need everything to be solid and be able to track it. So if you don't know what to expect next, you get a little nervous. That's where your control comes in. All right. You need to know what's going to happen next. And the Wheel of Fortune says you got to let go of control. You have to trust. You have to take your chances. This is where the Queen of Pentacles too says, like the Empress, you have to know you're chosen and not second guess. When the Wheel of Fortune says this person, when they slow down, or if they're very cautious, you tend to maybe think it's something you did. It's a pattern you're repeating. But I'm seeing here that you've got to take your chances with this, especially with the Lovers card showing up. You could easily get triggered and automatically think that I'm not going to let somebody in because, one, you're used to doing things by yourself and being very independent. But two, you could easily criticize yourself and think it's you. All right. So let's see what's actually happening this week. Oh, wrong deck. 7 of Swords. Let's clarify that with the Ace of Cups. There it is. Somebody tiptoeing, right? But you're seeing the Ace of Cups here. Somebody may confess, or you may feel that somebody is starting to open up and show love. And I already said that at the beginning. So where you're not trusting and where you're thinking you're not trusting, somebody may open up and tell you how they really feel. You're seeing the beginning stages. You're seeing somebody open up their heart. Somebody is learning how to trust you and starting to figure out what they need to do to show up for you. So I see somebody here trying to open up and show up and maybe even open up their heart, or even make an offer, an actual physical offer that shows how they feel or how they care about you. All right. So pay attention to what they're doing this week, not what they're saying. Their words are not going to match their feelings. They may try to filter their words. Virgo can sometimes, want to say the right thing and be so perfect that they're not being 100% honest. But you're going to be able to feel that it's coming from love, and something that has been hidden is going to be shown this week. What's the deeper pattern with you? And I'm seeing the Four of Swords. You get really overwhelmed and immediately you get separation anxiety. It's hard for you to deal with any kind of silence or if anybody pulls their energy away from you. So this week, it's going to be a challenge for you to trust that when somebody is silent, they're processing their feelings for you. They're not pulling away from you. They might even be processing why they're being so cautious. So your thing this week is going to be not getting overwhelmed when there's quiet time or when your person is silent, right? Or there's space. Now, what you should do this week is the Chariot. Keep on rolling forward and keep on focusing forward and keeping your eye on the road ahead, because it looks like this relationship could start to, even by the end of the week, really full speed ahead. I'm going to say full send. All right. This relationship looks like it's headed in a really good direction. And whatever it is you're going through this week, whatever this silence is or whatever this energy is, it looks like you're going to get through it really fast. All right. You guys are moving towards something a little bit more solid. I have Cancer energy here, and I am seeing the word determination. Somebody is determined to see where this goes with you. All right. So let's see Aries through Pisces. This is going to be totally different. I'm just going to pull an additional message. Think about the person that is on your mind. All right, Aries through Pisces. All right, so if any of you are expecting the worst, you got to stop doing that. That's what I got for you. All right, that's called a self-fulfilling prophecy. So this is the person that's on your mind. So obviously you're losing sleep or you have some anxiety, and it could be you have anxiety because somebody pulls away. Remember, somebody pulls away to process. Don't criticize yourself. All right. So let's see Aries. I see Page of Earth. I see news coming in with an Aries. All right. They're wanting to do something. They're wanting to move forward with you. All right. But they are wanting to take it slow, so it's the Page of Pentacles can say just consistent effort this week. You may start to see consistent effort. Taurus, you have Two of Pentacles. You have a lot going on at once, all right? And so the Two of Pentacles with you and another Taurus, it looks like you both are just learning how to cope with each other or figure things out or adapt to the situation. All right, things are still moving forward. I am seeing just, more of a playful approach, all right? Try to loosen up a little bit when it comes to your Taurus, all right? You guys are still showing up for each other. Gemini, Three of Swords. It could be some separation here still going on. You guys need this space to heal, all right? Or they need this space to heal. You have the Four of Swords right here, which is showing you give something a few more days or a little bit more time. And I'm seeing Cancer, things leveling up with a Cancer, right? So you guys may talk this week about what matters most about this connection, right? So a spiritual conversation, something that feels like we're both in it, all right? So we're leveling up. Leo, Seven of Pentacles. Things may still feel at a standstill, but don't worry about it, all right? You're still moving. They're still invested, all right? But the relationship has to change or turn, right? And in order to do that, we need this little bit of space here to reflect, all right? So there's just a pause that you're dealing with right now, but it doesn't mean that it's over or it's not going anywhere. Virgo, the High Priestess. So there's the Virgo energy. If some of you are dealing with a Virgo, go back to this reading because that was very strong about a Virgo here that second guesses themselves, and just have patience with them, a little bit more patience. Don't waste your time or waste your life or wait or anything like that. Just have patience with with this person. Libra, all right, a good move this week into maybe a relationship, all right? It seems like they want to be with you or want to be around you or are considering long-term relationship with you. Scorpio, getting past something, being able to move on from some conflict, right? You could go somewhere with them, but it does look like if you've been dealing with a difficult situation, things are smoothing out and you guys are on the same page. Sagittarius, all right, things coming together with you and a Sag. You should feel pretty good. Feels like the path is moving forward with you and a Sagittarius. You're able to finally get closure or conclude something. You're figuring something out and you know which direction you're going in. Capricorn, all right, coming home. All right, things looking pretty good with you and a Capricorn this week, no matter where you're at in the relationship. It seems like you guys are content, happy with the outcome. Aquarius, 8 of Cups, they may be moving on, or you maybe feel like it's time to just give each other space this week, or still give each other a little bit more space. They don't know what they want. They're trying to figure out their own path. So that could feel different for you. It can feel like you did something wrong. It has nothing to do with you. Pisces, 7 of Swords, right? So Pisces is just trying to figure out, there's more going on than what meets the eye. They haven't been completely honest. It could be wrong timing, bad timing right now, and they're just giving you excuses. All right, so I'm seeing give it a little bit more time too. You may see something this week with the Ace of Cups and the 7 of Swords with a Pisces where they want you to know how they feel in one way or another, but they're still not 100% clear on their motive. Or their intentions or what they want. All right. Love you guys. All right. Ariana, I got you. So yes, if you guys want the super chats, whoever comes in during the reading, you'll be on the list right after Pisces. All right, Taurus, happy birthday. Gemini. 36. All right, guys, don't forget to check out your weekly forecast. I'm doing them as videos on Sundays, not live, because it's easier for me to do it that way because they're in depth for the week. But they help out during the week with these readings. So you can kind of connect the dots, which is what I'm trying to do for you. So definitely check that out. Help that video. And let's see, Gemini. Hello. Hello, Miss Carissa, my Geminis. Let's go. Gemini, who's coming towards you. What's their energy? The person. Think about the person that's on your mind. Plus, I'll do an additional Aries through Pisces. Well, I'll just check in on the person that's on your mind. All right, let's see. Get a good energy for Gemini. All right, I like it. 10 of Cups. All right, so it's somebody that feels a strong connection with you, whether they just want to get it started or you've been together or been together before. The 10 of Cups, it feels good. It feels like I feel good around you, or I have seen or had a vision of what it would look like or feel like to be in a connection with you. Could have the same friends, could even be friends of the family, from a big family, but you guys share a lot of the same family values. And so that is where this connection is formed. There's a deeper layer here. When you ever just meet people and you're like, okay, I know you. I know right away. I could have just met you. And it's like we're on the same team. We just know we're some of the same kind, right? That's the kind of energy here. So you must be attracting in, or this is a phase in your life right now that you're walking into, because the Ace of Cups is here right now, which is I always notice right here, which means that there's a blessing here that has room to grow. And it doesn't matter where you're at in the phase. There is something this week that is saying, I see you. Right? Just like I just said. So let's see your person. 8 of Wands. A lot of passion here flying in. This person can stress you out at times, especially with the 8 of Wands. Sometimes they can come on strong, and then sometimes they can pull back. You might be somebody that excites this person in ways that you don't even realize, right? It could just happen fast, but it's impulsive. It's a speedy energy, which means things can go really fast this week. You may notice maybe communication, maybe you're seeing communication pick up with this person, but they are drawn to you. But the problem with this energy sometimes is it can come quickly. It can really happen quickly. Somebody can say something quickly, and then they can pull back real quickly. And then they can start questioning, did I say something too fast? Did I do something too fast? Did I overreact? Or is this moving too fast? And if something starts to move fast, this person could put the brakes on, because they don't, this person typically can be a relationship or somebody where, if it moves too fast, it can be short-lived. If we can slow it down a little bit, those kind of relationships will last a little bit longer. So be careful with this energy, because sometimes it can get exciting at first and you can get overwhelmed with it and be like, oh my God, I'm getting all this attention. It seems like there's so many good moments, and then all of a sudden it goes quiet. This person could have a lot of pressure on them right now. Keep that in mind. This is their energy, not what you think. It's the energy that's showing up for this person. So it could be a fire sign as well, but there is a lot of fire energy. So if they have a lot of things going on them at once, a relationship or other people might be the first thing they don't think about. They're pressed for time. They rush around. They might say something so quickly to you and not think about what they say. And then you could be like, what the hell was that? Yesterday they were smiling, talking, doing all this. Today they ran past me. They ignored me, or they didn't respond to my text. This person is consumed, and everything's a rush. They're very much get ahead of themselves, and things move really fast. So anybody in the way or anybody they miss, you could misread this energy. What draws them towards you? Maybe your chillness, maybe when you're quiet, maybe when you go quiet. Sometimes if you go silent enough or long enough, this person, you may notice they either come towards you more or they feel pressure to reach out to you. So that to me sounds like a pattern. When you start to act more nonchalant and you're indifferent, or you pull your energy back, this person feels pressure. So they come towards you. So if you've been pulling your energy back away, or you've been acting indifferent, or you are just different than everybody else, that could be another reason why they're pulled towards you as well. Is you're different than their normal type. This, I know you can see it, or you're seeing it as an avoidant. I'm going to respond to that, because the energy I'm picking up is not avoidant. It's more of somebody who's distracted and under pressure. And when they don't realize. It's like a bull in a china shop, where they're more overwhelmed with their problems or their stuff, and they don't realize their reactions, how other people are reacting to them, is what I see there. But when you pull your energy away from that, or you're just quiet or silent, this person notices, is what I'm seeing. So that could be happening this week, or you may have been doing that. Now, the other thing I'm seeing, what draws them to you, is you have a different type of energy about you than maybe they don't feel as much pressure from you. So when they don't feel pressure from you, it stresses them out a little bit maybe, or it triggers them. So keep in mind that you might be misreading yourself. We're going to take a look at you in a second. What is their block, though, towards this? The 7 of Pentacles. They're not sure where things could go with you. You've got somebody very interested in you, but you've got somebody who's pondering on where this can go. So let's see you. Well, you're not seeing. Okay. What you're not seeing about yourself, the King of Cups. You are very magnetic. This person is drawn to you. The problem is, though, is you might not be seeing it the same way they do. They may look at you like a king of cups, but you're not even seeing it. You have a lot of influence. You're very deep. You have a lot of depth. This person isn't used to that. Maybe you have a maturity level that they're not used to. Maybe when you just act, or the way maybe even the way you talk, the way you carry yourself. This person sees you as somebody different than they've seen or been with before. But you have a Scorpio energy, which can be very mysterious. Right. That's exactly, Mel. That's kind of what I picked up on. All right. Now, what blocks them is they don't know if they want to be more than friends, or if they know which direction you guys are going in. So you can see that the block here is just a void. I don't know what the future looks like. Maybe they feel like things move too fast, or if they jump in, things are going to move too fast, and they're not sure yet what the future looks like or what their next plans are. So to me, it feels like you have somebody that has a lot going on, and they get overwhelmed easy with the thought of, if I'm connected to Gemini and you're like mature and you know exactly what you want, and you're very comfortable and you're very magnetic and very mature, maybe this person is questioning whether or not this can work out in the future, or where this could go. So you're really just dealing with the timing issue, but you might be taking it personal, because sometimes Scorpio can go too far and think too deeply. If you're showing up as a Scorpio energy, you might be more fearful. But really, this person is very attracted to your chill presence. It actually draws them to you. The only block you're dealing with is this person doesn't know if they want commitment just yet, or if they want more than just friends, or if they know where you guys are headed next. And that's why you see the Hanged Man here too. You just got to kind of let go and just see where things go with this person. So what's actually happening this week? I see the Queen of Pentacles. So I do see somebody putting a little bit more effort. This week, I do see with the Eight of Wands and the Queen of Pentacles, you have somebody that may get a little bit nervous, because if you're pulling your energy back or you're being more chill than normal, your person may step up and actually put more effort in, more energy towards you. So you see a lot of communication coming in, and you see somebody here who's thinking about you a lot. Thinking about you. And also, you're seeing a Queen of Pentacles, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn energy. So I just read Taurus's reading. Maybe something in Taurus has something there for you. But you're seeing somebody here that's still invested, but still reviewing and evaluating what this relationship could be or become in the future. And maybe they don't want things to move too fast. For some of you, if you're like, this has been ongoing for a long time, you know, that's a different story. You know, you've got to ask yourself too, you know, is this what do I want to wait around, you know, anymore? That's up to you. You have free will. But I can see somebody here that when pressure hits them, sometimes they may pull back. Now, what's the deeper cycle? What's the pattern here? The King of Swords. You may overthink things. You may have trust issues. I am seeing the King of Swords. Sometimes you get caught on a belief or a thought, and you get convicted in it. And that could be part of your energy too, that sometimes you just may question things or overanalyze things, and you may start to focus in on every little detail, because the King of Swords as a block, as a pattern, can be somebody who just is so convicted and thinking they know the truth or it's right, but you may need to challenge your beliefs. You may need to challenge your perspective around the situation. You just have different energies showing up here, and you're in this period of uncertainty that can make somebody think or not trust the situation. What should you do this week? And I'm seeing you got the Chariot too. The Chariot card is telling all of you so far, even Taurus, right? When I got them, they had this too. It's like, you got to stay focused. And I get the word determined. If you're determined to make this work, don't give up. Just let go. Let it happen. And don't underestimate yourself. And obviously, if you get into your head, don't get stuck on a certain belief. If you look at the readings I did for this week, right? It's like every day this week is going to be a sort of different energy. So today you might feel a certain way. Tomorrow you might feel a certain way. So don't get stuck on what you see today and start to analyze it and think that that's the truth. Let things play out and loosen your grip a little bit, because I am seeing you may be surprised this week at how fast things turn around and how fast you might change your perspective, especially with the Eight of Wands and the Chariot showing up for you. That is telling me that things could turn around this week faster than you could imagine. You are getting a lot of different signs here. You're getting all earth, you're getting all air, you're getting Pisces and Cancer, and you're in Scorpio. You have, and you even have fire energy showing up for you. All right, so let's look at Aries through Pisces and see. Now think about the person on your mind. This is going to be totally different. I'm just going to get a message for you to see what Spirit wants you to know about each zodiac sign. All right, Aries through Pisces. All right, you have the Strength card at the bottom of the deck, all right? So release harsh judgments. Whatever you're thinking, whatever the judgment is that you have about you or yourself in your situation, especially if this is a sign that you've been holding on to for a long time, you've got to change your belief about the situation that you're in if you want to see any change. Aries, 10 of Swords, the end of a difficult situation with an Aries. They may be still processing something that's happened, whether between you and them or them and somebody else. All right. But the good news is that you can now expect things to change or get better. The worst part is over. Taurus, the Sun card, happy outcome. That's what I got for you for Taurus. All right. The Sun is saying stay present in the current moment. Focus on happiness and finding ways to be happy in the energy. All right. Have confidence in yourself. There could be a reconciliation. There could be a new romance starting with a Taurus. But I do see something shifting that is going to lead to a happy outcome. We have Gemini, the Emperor energy. Organization and logic, right? Structure and discipline and leadership. This is you taking charge of your own beliefs and taking charge of your situation. All right, another Gemini, all right, and you kind of in this place of ready to rebuild your life or ready to move forward. So some action happening here between you and another Gemini. Cancer, King of Swords. Speak your mind with confidence with a Cancer. You may finally get conversation with them. This is also shifting your beliefs with that King of Swords. What you're believing about a Cancer might not be true. Leo, the Chariot. Important movement in changing. You may finally get recognized or finally see some movement when it comes to your Leo. There's that Chariot. So that's a big win. Virgo, the Magician, you guys are ready. The energy is shifting. You guys may work things out or figure out a way to make the plan happen. Libra might be trying to figure out their own thing right now. So moving on or doing your own thing for the time being. All right, it just seems like they're searching for something within themselves. Scorpio, things are still uncertain with a Scorpio, so don't get stuck on what you believe to be true. It is the moon energy. You have to release the fears that hold you back. Right now, things are changing too much for you to know exactly what's really happening. Sagittarius, 4 cups. All right. So they're discontent. They're unhappy with their situation right now. All right. But this is about you opening up to possibilities, but letting go a little bit, because the Four of Cups, they're in this place where they're not receiving what you're giving right now. Maybe they're not able to. Maybe they're not seeing the love, or they only have so much to give at this current moment. So I do feel like you're still kind of in this stuck energy here with the Sagittarius. Capricorn, things could evolve this week with a Capricorn. Feelings are growing. Your relationship could be developing to a new level. Aquarius, I'm seeing you guys are really triggering each other. Maybe you're focusing too much on what could go wrong. There could be an addiction that's happening here, but the energy, your focus is way too much on them, and the devil energy is showing up, which is showing that you guys are still attached to each other. But in order to get things to move, we got to let go of whatever the fear is behind this. Scorpio, Sag, Capricorn, Pisces, the Empress. All right. You got to know you're chosen with the Pisces. All right. Let your dreams happen. Let things grow with the Pisces. Very attracted to you. The Empress is showing up. But I think what you need to hear here is that you have to know that you're chosen and don't doubt it. All right. So you come here to get yelled at. I'm not trying to yell at you. All right, Cancer. Let's see. It's just it's an energy whooping, to get us in the right energy. I need it too. All right, Cancer. Ooh, that was kind of loud. Let me get a good shuffle. I'm going to put Cancer at 55. Don't forget, I'm doing the super chats after. Those of you that want to get on the list. All right, Cancer. Where's my crabs, Melly? That's all of us. Got to catch yourself on those crash out days. All right, Cancer, 6 of Pentacles. What a good energy to start this off with. All right. So this week, I am seeing an energy of things coming into balance with that 6 of Pentacles, or your need to make things balanced. Somebody could put in more effort if you've been feeling like it's time, or you're feeling something happening around you, like you're pulling your energy back because you're naturally feeling like you're giving too much. You're trying to balance the scales on a soul level. That's what I'm feeling here. So this is one of these weeks where if you're already pulling your energy back to balance the scales naturally, you will notice who comes towards you to make more effort, to reconcile, to give you more time, to show you your worth, right? And you have the sun underneath that. I had to see that. So that's showing me luck here. That's showing me growth is happening and expansion is happening for you. All right. So you may, it might have been a little bit of challenge for you lately or recently with somebody where you just felt like it wasn't reciprocated, right? That's where you even see soul-wise reciprocation is starting to come into balance. You could be dealing with a Leo, but that is showing me somebody, if this is your reading, you will notice that somebody is wanting more time around you or giving you more time, putting more effort into this. Your person, 5 of Swords is their energy. So somebody knows that they can't get you off their mind. All right. And they're stuck though. There's some restless energy around them. So this isn't what you think. This is what's going on. The energy I'm pulling up for them. All right. They know something needs to change, but they just haven't figured it out. They haven't figured out the solution. They don't know what to do, what to say. Maybe something was said in the past and they still question it. Maybe they're worried too much about it, what other people will think, or maybe they're listening to too many other people. You know, eventually it's going to bother them too, because they're starting to also evaluate. Their soul is also evaluating, where am I giving my energy to? What am I doing? Who am I playing games with? Why am I doing this? Why am I playing games with myself? That kind of energy is what I'm picking up. Could be an air sign, but this is somebody who's been hurt before and can't trust a lot of people. It looks like they have people around them that to constantly stress them out or just take, you know, or they just are just so used to being around this kind of energy, but it does feel like they can't trust. So they are in a very protective mode of themselves and they're very careful. They don't want to get hurt again. They also may say things without thinking that can be very hurtful at times, you know, and they're pondering on it. Five of Swords can be very hard energy for anybody to be in. And, you know, we can beat ourselves up for it as well. But it does look like they know something has to change, either with the people that are around them or the influence, or, you know, maybe they've listened to other people. They're sick of hearing gossip. They're, you know, they're just tired of it. You know, they need to tell you something, or they need to change before they do, or figure out what they need to say before they say it. So what's pulling them towards you? The Nine of Wands. It's been going on too long. Been weighing on them for quite some time. You know, it's like, I think your person's reaching a point where they don't want to even deal with other people's issues anymore. It's like it's been something that's been weighing on them. And this is somebody that keeps things tucked. They think that they can just keep pushing forward and they'll get over it, or it'll just finally disappear. But obviously something's not leaving. They can't figure it out. And so something, you know, something keeps getting in the way of you guys, you know, being able to form something, or being able to get past something, or being able to work on something. And they're reaching this point where something has to change, because it's not easy for them. What's the biggest block with them? The Ten of Cups. It feels like the people around them, their family, relationships, maybe even relationships issues. They've been burned before. Relationships tend to be very hard for this person. So they try to keep things superficial. And maybe you feel something deeper. Gemini had this with that Ten of Cups. It's one of these, I just know my kind and you get me. And this is something they can't replicate. And they keep coming back to that. That's what's happening here. They keep coming back to something you gave to them that nobody else can give to them. But obviously the block is also other people that keep, you know, influencing them. And to me, it feels like this person has dealt with a lot of people that they try to, they keep themselves guarded with everybody, that it's actually affected their relationship with you. But they know that something has to change because they also can't get past this. They want something with you, or still feel something with you. So what's going on with you that you're not seeing? The Ace of Wands. You inspire this person. I have this, like, look at the way I'm talking, like I'm on stage. You have some fuel that lights this person up. There is fire there still. But you may feel like something has died out, like you don't have it anymore, like you just can't see them. You're that wand that they're trying to get to. But you don't know what to do. You might even be feeling like it's died out, or it's not going to happen, or you're giving up, or you just don't know what else to do to light it up. Your person's finding their way to you through other people. You don't have to do anything. You're the fire that is keeping this person going. And maybe the torch that's seeing them through all this shit, because they keep themselves surrounded by superficial people or relationships because they've been burned before. But you obviously gave them something that is unforgettable. But now they need to figure it out because they cannot, but they don't know what to do to change. They're going to have to leave a situation in order to start this up with you. You need to know that you are the potential. You're the one that's going to attract them to you. You don't have to give or do anything else. So what's actually happening this week? I see the 3 of Swords. You got a person that's processing a lot of pain. So maybe this week is still you not having to do anything just yet. Just be the torch, right? You're seeing somebody here that is processing so much pain and is missing you. But they have a hard decision to make. It looks like they may have to cut something or someone out or change. You have a setback here, but they don't want to be separated from you. That's the key. They don't want to be separated from you. They want to be happy, but they need this separation to realize that it's the people around them or the situations around them or the people they're choosing to be with that is holding them back. So the pattern that you're in is the 3 of Wands. One, you have to keep being you and keep moving forward and keep looking at the ship moving forward and knowing that your journey is moving. The how and the whys and the whens is God taking care of that. You're afraid to move forward because you think you're going to lose something or lose someone, but your movement forward is the torch that's lighting the way and getting this person to realize what they want. If you stay stuck behind, you're keeping all this in that same situation. You're keeping the situation stuck. They're going to know that they have more time. But they may be running out of time if they feel you're moving. So what should you do this week? And I'm seeing the devil. Do not let your fears get the best of you this week. Release your fear and attachment to the situation. You may be challenged this week with the devil showing up. You may be tempted to reach out, say something, do something, spark something. But if you're doing that out of fear, God's saying don't do that out of fear. This person will reach out to you. It feels like they are going through something that is creating them to feel this stuck energy. They don't want to be in this situation any longer. They want to follow you, but you're stressing out of fear. And you may try to ignite something or push something too quickly when this is what needs to happen. All right, 6 of Pentacles. You are seeing an energy here of somebody realizing where they're putting their energy and they're wanting to bring a balance into their life. They're wanting more supportive energy. They're wanting happiness in their life. And they're not getting that with the situation that's happening. Let's look at Aries through Pisces for you. Hello, Mr. Mojo. Thank you for showing up. All right. Think of the sign that's on your mind. And let's just get a message. This will be an additional, it'll be separate from the message I just did, but it could resonate. But this is just for those of you that have somebody specific on your mind. Ace of Swords. So obviously somebody's got you on their mind as well. And, you know, maybe there's been a challenging beginning. All right. You just can't see clear just yet. So it does feel like my Cancers right now, a lot of squares going on towards your energy. I've been really focusing on that all weekend. Right. So I get it. Right. My Saturn's in Cancer. Right. So believe me, I get it. All right. So there's some challenges right now. And maybe your situation doesn't feel so dandy and it's been very challenging to get something started, but you still have the Ace of Swords here, which is saying here it's here. It's just not 100% clear just yet what's going on next. So let's look at Aries, and I see the 7 of Swords. So we are seeing the timing is the issue right now. And this person, your Aries here, is trying to deal with what's real for them, what's their truth, all right, and being honest. And so they may have not been very transparent with you or honest with you. This could be possible this week. You may get some sort of truth when it comes to an Aries. They may confess something to you. You may finally see them for who they really are. Taurus, 8 of Cups. No, so Taurus is still trying to figure out which path they're on. So you may feel a little distant with a Taurus. It has nothing to do with you. They're trying to figure out their own path. All right. They're trying to figure out what's going on with them. So in the meantime, they push everybody away. Gemini, 6 of Swords. You and Gemini, things looking good. All right. Things are finally moving. So whatever you've been going through, you're finally seeing a clear out, a clear way forward. Cancer, 4 of Swords, giving things a few more days, giving things a little bit more time, before you make a decision about a situation. This week I feel like, is going to be a little bit different. Like I said, day by day. All right. There's going to be some weird twists and turns as usual. And the energy is new. And I'm just seeing here the 4 of Swords for you, Cancer. You and another Cancer may be kind of at a distance, maybe pushing each other away a little bit, or quiet. Things get quiet. Give it some time. Give each other a little bit more space. Leo, some information coming in, right? It looks like they're messaging you possibly, wanting to enter your life, wanting to talk to you about their feelings. Maybe even a new Leo. Always remember they could be new too, even though you got somebody on your mind. But I do see messages, a kind message, maybe even friendly messages from your Leo. Virgo, things still questionable with a Virgo. They feel stuck. They're not sure what to do. They're just not ready to take action towards you right now. Libra, same thing, the Moon card. Too much is happening behind the scenes for you to make a decision about your Libra. All right, give it a little bit more time. That's full moon energy just happened. Things are still changing. You never know. So it's easy to get caught up in every little thing you see or everything you believe. Wish I could have like a course where we all sit together and we can talk about this when these feelings come up and we start to get trapped by these beliefs all of a sudden, and then we create this narrative and it's not even true at times, right? And how can we break through that energy where we're not feeling overwhelmed by our feelings? Our feelings take over and then it's just done, right? Right now there's too much going on. And so give it a little bit more time for things, the dust to settle. Scorpio, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Scorpio, King of Pentacles. Scorpio looking good this week. There could be an opportunity coming in for you guys to get together, connect, talk, or maybe talk about the future. All right. There is the very, very good energy, very responsible energy. So Scorpio showing up for you. Sagittarius, I see 5 of Swords with a Sagittarius. We had 5 of Swords up here. So you and a Sagittarius, they may be contemplating their choices in the past. They just, don't know what to do moving forward. So, they know they need to do something, but they're trying to figure out what to do next, all right? They're trying to figure out where they went wrong. Give it a few more days. Go back to that 4 of Swords. Capricorn, 7 of Pentacles. All right, so the seeds have been planted. If things are slowing down, they're just slowing down temporarily. All right, I see unnecessary worry when it comes to a Capricorn. You still have room to grow here. Aquarius, they're on the fence getting ready to reach out. So there's the 2 of Fire. All right, you might get together. You're going to see things moving forward with an Aquarius. You could end up getting together. Pisces, the Tower. All right, so something significant with the Pisces this week. The Tower card right now, I'm going to tell you, can be anything. All right, something that leads to change in the situation, time to grow, time to move, whether together or whether apart, it doesn't matter. But the Tower is making significant change with you and a Pisces. All right, Leo. All right, my cat. Hello, Arizona. Leo babe. You get a good shuffle. Ruby. Leo. Let's take a look at your person. All right, we have a 9 of Pentacles, things looking good. All right, I do see an energy of somebody that is spending time in solitude by themselves, working, doing stuff they like to do. So maybe that's what you've been dealing with. This can be somebody who is very independent, Virgo energy, single, independent, available though, but they're also very sufficient, right? So they spend a lot of time doing their own thing. And to some of you, if you are anxious with an energy like this, sometimes it can feel like something's wrong, or they're avoiding you, or they're not interested, when that's far from the truth. I am seeing somebody who's very well, interested, but they're very independent, right? So very earthy energy. That's also a sign that something successful coming your way when it comes to your relationship this week. So maybe some of you reaching a milestone, and maybe some of you, finally seeing some good news or good light when it comes to your person. I see the Death card with your person's energy. So this isn't what you think about them. This is what's going on with them. All right. So they're coming from a place of protecting themselves. They may have just gone through something. They may have just lost somebody in their life. They may have gone through a huge transformation in their life. I mean, they are showing up as the 9 of Pentacles as well, too, as the overall energy, which is, I've worked so hard to get to where I'm at. I want to rebuild my life. I'm just getting ready to rebuild my life. Maybe I'm taking it slow. I'm cautious. Virgo energy is very cautious. The Death card, they have Scorpio energy here. So this could be deep transformation that they've gone through. And so this is not going to be somebody that rushes into something, and they could still be stuck between, they've just recently let something go, a relationship go, and it's new to them. Maybe they're enjoying their time off. They've just moved on from something, and they're just enjoying their time off just to find themselves again. Maybe they don't know who they are yet. And so it sounds like a really amazing energy for them. What draws them to you this week? I see the 5 of Wands. Some sort of conflict or tension between the two of you, maybe unresolved issue between the two of you, maybe confronting some unresolved issue. They feel you're worth the fight if that's the case. Maybe there has been some obstacles the two of you have had to go through. Maybe they want to resolve it. They don't want it to be so difficult. You might challenge this person in some ways, and they're just trying to read you, trying to figure you out. Maybe they feel like something has changed, and they needed to go through some sort of change in order to figure out how to confront this situation with you. What's their biggest block? The 3 of Wands. They don't know what the future holds. They're not jumping that far ahead. They are keeping sort of the options open in a way, because they don't know what's available to them yet. They do feel some sort of pull towards you because you have an energy about you. Maybe you fight for this. Maybe you challenge them because you show up. Maybe, but they don't want you to fix them or fix anything about the situation. To me, it feels like somebody who's just trying to open up to the possibilities. and they don't want any pressure or feel the need to move too fast. Now, for some of you, that might not feel comfortable, it might not feel okay, you know, but when I'm looking at somebody who's grieving or just came from a situation, they've just gone through some life change, you know, they feel the tension with you. You challenge them to grow, but they're still standing here, not sure what their life even looks like. What, you know, maybe they just need a little bit more time to figure out who they are. But that doesn't mean they don't see potential with you either, possibilities. But let's see what's going on with you, what you're not seeing about yourself, and that you're in love. You jump into love quickly. You're very romantic. You wear your heart on your sleeves. You're very emotional. You fall in love at first sight. You're ready to move forward. Your emotions get the best of you. You emotionally commit before you even know where something is really truly headed. You jump into the fire so quickly and fall in love so quickly. There's nothing wrong with that. But if somebody here is feeling that pressure and they're not sure they're ready, or that scares them a little bit, that can come across to you as you feel like you have to fight for it more, or you want to control it more because you feel like you know you're going to lose this person or you're going to lose the battle. But you're not. You're just falling in love so quickly, and you have somebody that's just now getting started again and still trying to figure out who they are. There's room for this to grow, but this is saying here with this block is that you're wanting to move faster, jump ahead, and create a future. And this person's block is they're still sitting there at the doorway. Just they're moving forward. They're wanting to test it and see where it goes, but they're just not wanting to jump in right away, head over heels. Maybe they've done that before and they really got hurt and it was really hard for them to get out of that situation before. So I just see that you're Russian love is what I'm seeing. I'm not seeing this can't go anywhere, but that Russian love, it pulls them towards you, but also it also scares them too. It challenges them. So what's actually happening this week? The Four of Pentacles. This could be where you're feeling like somebody's holding back a little bit. And if somebody pulls their energy back a little bit, you may be a little bit more forceful or get frustrated or aggravated and could react. There could be some sort of tension that could be avoided this week. Your person is invested in this, and I'm seeing you guys build a foundation. They're just wanting you to slow down a little bit. All right. They're just wanting to slow down the situation. They're not wanting to change you. They're not wanting you not to be in love with them. But your energy dynamic is just, it's an imbalance when it comes to, you have somebody that's slow to open up. And that is going to challenge them. And sometimes it could make them a little bit more cautious to open up. Now, you guys don't have to deal with that. You know, I mean, I'm just reading that's what I'm seeing here. So if you notice this week that they are slow to open up, I still see they're invested in you. Maybe it is just kind of pulling back a little bit and not forcing things out of fear. Because your person does tend to operate from this energy here, where it's like, I'm testing the waters type of energy. I'm not just going to jump in. All right, so what's going on with you? The King of Cups here, the pattern is you've been betrayed before maybe, and so you want things to happen quicker. You have a Scorpio energy, and this could be a deep-rooted pattern for you. You know, if you're in love, you need to feel emotionally validated right away. And this person's not emotionally validating you right away. So that could automatically make you feel fearful and you're afraid to get betrayed again. So, but you might be misreading this person's need for caution and security and slowness as not wanting this. So this might be a pattern that maybe you just need to take a look at. You're needing more emotional security before you invest because you've maybe been burned before. What should you do? I see the Queen of Cups. Process your emotions this week. It looks like your emotions might get the best of you this week, Leo. And at times with this Five of Wands and the Knight of Cups with the energy this week, sometimes we can emotionally react and we can push at something too quickly or overreact at a situation. I am seeing for you that a relationship could evolve this week, but you are being asked to maybe process your emotions before you react to a situation. All right. I love you guys. Let's see Aries through Pisces. Aries through Pisces. Think about the person that's on your mind. This will be a different message, just seeing the potential, maybe actions or what could happen this week. All right, Aries through Pisces. So this can be for any type of situation, right? I'm just kind of getting an additional message. All right. So for the person that's on your mind right now, it's, you have to make a difficult decision. All right. And I'm getting stop procrastinating. Either you're being fulfilled or you're not being fulfilled. And that's the truth. If somebody's only available or giving you so many options, but no matter what they give you, never seems to be enough, that's where the Seven of Water asks you to make a decision. Do I need to move on from something and there's a better out there for me? Or, do I just need to let go and stop pushing at this and just see where it goes, right? And trust it. All right, so I am seeing here the Seven of Waters, which says there is possibilities here with you and another person, but you might not be on the same train, like that speed, right? Aries, Page of Swords. You may get information this week about your Aries. Again, you could get pulled into a challenging situation with an Aries. You might get the truth. You might hear something. You might overreact. There might be delays in plans. But it doesn't mean that that the outcome is not positive. It just means be careful of information and talking to an Aries this week because, we could say something impulsively. But I do see messages coming in with your Aries. Taurus, 10 of Pentacles. So there is potential outcome for you and a Taurus to make it work. So finding magic in the small moments here with the Taurus. You may notice they've put in more effort this week. Gemini, things could move pretty fast with a Gemini. They seem to be very focused on you and wanting to improve the situation. Cancer, Five of Swords. All right, so they may not be happy with the choices that they've made, and they may be just still kind of thinking about or trying to figure out what they really want. So there could be confusion this week or uncertainty still with a Cancer. Leo, you might notice that things are cruising and moving forward. You could go somewhere, but a difficult situation is ending and things are looking good with a Leo. Virgo. Well, you know what? Let me go back to this, Leo, because that's also your energy too, the Six of Swords. The Six of Swords is moving on from a difficult situation so that things can clear up. So it is also saying that your situation is looking up, but you have to decide to move forward, be able to move on past something or confront something. Now, Virgo, you have Six of Pentacles. Virgo could be putting more effort into this relationship. They care about you. Libra, I see Queen of Fire. They're all about you. All right, so don't underestimate yourself when it comes to a Libra. Because I see a very good energy, very drawn to you this week. Scorpio, Queen of Water. All right, so Scorpio really kind of thinking about their feelings and processing their feelings with you. A lot of love here. Your relationship could start to develop or grow with your Scorpio. Sagittarius, a reconciliation, or you guys just getting together. A Six of Cups with the Sagittarius. Capricorn, give it a little bit more time. They're, needing some more time away or some time to think. Libra, Scorpio, Sag, Cap, Aquarius, the Empress. All right. So something's growing between you and an Aquarius. Just let it grow. That's what I've got. All right. And we're seeing Pisces, 9 of fire. So whatever you're going through with a Pisces, you know, you guys, I'm saying don't give up. Okay, I'm not going to argue with meanings of cards, but you can do what you will and think what you will. But the fives are definitely about conflict and challenges. So if it's hard for you to deal with that, then that's something within you. You can. All fives are about challenges and conflicts that help us grow. Competition and work and getting shit done and having to push through things. And you're doing the 5 of Wands now. You're just needing to be challenging. You need to challenge. You're challenging. You have to challenge me. You're trying to prove something by challenging. And there's no need for that here. There's absolutely no need for that. And, you know, tarot is up to the interpreter, who's the reader who's interpreting it. You know, I mean, take a step back, breathe. That's the 5 of Wands. You're actually performing it right now. The 5 of Wands with me right now. You know, need attention, drama, creating drama, or trying to create some sort of challenge, you know. But this is how we grow, right? Maybe you'll listen to my perspective and we'll find some sort of change here and we can find some victory with that 6 of Wands, right? That's the way we look at it. All right, Virgo. $131. All right, Virgo. Guys, don't forget I'm doing the super chats after Pisces. We got a list already growing, and as soon as I get to Pisces, I will start that. Virgo. All right, Virgo. Page of Pentacles. Consistent energy. You know, it's a slow moving, but it's a start. This can bring, you know, a new start. New prospects, new people into your life this week. So we are looking at who's coming towards you and why. It could be somebody that wants to get to know you, somebody who's starting to get to know you, somebody who's understanding the importance of the relationship, or somebody who just wants to make something work. This is very much my apology card at times too. It's like, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. You know, I wasn't thinking, you know, maybe we can start fresh again. We can do this kind of energy. Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. And so we're seeing improvements. We're seeing positive energy, but it is slow moving. So you might get a call, you might get, you know, a text, you might meet somebody, you might talk to somebody a little bit, and it might be a slow start, but it is a start. Your person, 9 of Swords, look at this. You got somebody here who is stuck in their heads, maybe even kind of replaying over and over and over something that they either said or did or didn't say or do. So you know, if this is somebody who's quiet or somebody that's been distant from you, you know, this is restless energy. This is energy that says, I screwed up, or I'm worried about screwing up. I don't know. I thought I knew what I knew. I thought I was doing the right thing, or I thought I wanted this, and I'm not sure now. So we are seeing here, it's like really weighing on somebody. They may have made a decision and, you know, now they're regretting it, but they just didn't want to get hurt. But now they're realizing that it hurts them more now. You know, there's a lot of unnecessary worry here that this person is creating for themselves. And, you know, it just seems like they're on the edge. They're on the verge here. If somebody's silent, they're processing what's happened between you guys. Sometimes we need all that quiet time so somebody can really stew in what's really going on. They're more aware of the situation. If some of you need to hear that, then you realize to have the Nine of Swords in their energy. This isn't what you think. This is what's coming through for their energy. And so it weighs on them constantly. You weigh on them constantly. What's drawn them to you? The Six of Pentacles. They want to make something fair. You know, they either didn't respect you and they feel really shitty about it. They didn't put in enough effort or time, or haven't put in enough effort or time, and it's really worrying them, or it's bothering them. You know, for some of them, maybe they don't have the time. And now they're regretting that they didn't put in the time. You know, they were worried about so many other things. And now they're starting to see where they put their energy was a waste of time. You know, I feel that. I mean, I feel bad that if you've gone through this, you know, but it feels like somebody's realizing that their energy gets wasted on so many things that they don't really care. And now they're starting to come to terms with it or understand where they need to maybe put more effort in. That Page of Pentacles. So it might be a slow start as somebody's starting to awaken. Sometimes you wake up in the middle of the night and you become very ashamed of, you know, something you said or did, and you didn't realize it in the moment. But you're not supposed to shame yourself or blame yourself, but it does look like your person's having some sort of epiphany. Now, what's the biggest block? The Tower. They exploded, or they did something and they overreacted out of a situation. And it looks like they are having major regrets. Something may have been going, they were avoiding change, things were moving, or they had to face some sort of reality and they did not want to face it. Maybe they had to move on from something and they didn't make a decision, and now God's making a decision for them, and now they have regrets because they should have given to you, or should have trusted you, or should have gave you more effort, or should have respected you more. But they were avoiding their own truths. They were avoiding their own shit. And you got caught up in the fire. They are now realizing, for some of you, where they should have given you more time, effort, and made your life easier. But it looks like they really caused a lot of shit. And now they're dealing with the aftermath. They knew they needed to change something and they didn't. They were hoping that it would just play out or happen themselves, but obviously it did. And now they're wishing they could go back. Now, for some of you who don't have this story, I will do Aries through Pisces. That's what I'm trying to do today, is give you a separate story, Aries through Pisces. Because this one does feel like And also your person could be going through something so much that that's why they can't give you as much energy as you need or want. You know, you're waiting for messages. Maybe they need you to understand them a little bit more right now. They got a lot of shit going on. Because this can represent that. What's blocking them is there's a bunch of dysfunction going on at home, or they're losing a job, they're losing money, they're going through something that is keeping them from being able to be consistent with you. So let's look at what you're not seeing about yourself in the situation, the King of Cups. King of Cups can take things really, really personal. You're a very deep emotional person who reads into everything. You're showing up as a Scorpio energy or Cancer, Pisces, whatever, but this is Scorpio to me. So sometimes with this energy, you have some deep rooted betrayal wounds, trust issues. You know, you see things before they also happen. So you may have already saw all this before it was happening. You may have tried to help this person. You may have given to them. You may have told them so. One of those things, you know. But this person thought they could figure it out. But now you have somebody here, you know, coming back in who might say, I know you were right, but please be kind to me. But I'm also seeing that you might not see about yourself that, you know, you got to give yourself a little bit more credit here. You immediately showing up as a Scorpio energy. I know you're Virgo, but you're showing up as a Scorpio energy. Easily can read into something and go right down into the trenches and think that the worst is happening and take it so personally because you feel that deeply. And your person here looks like they want to be real with you. They want to be honest with you, but they were trying to avoid something at every cost, but it's blowing up in their face. And now I have to build up the courage to say something to you. Now, if this is a newer relationship and you're wondering what the hell's going on with your person, they're very inconsistent. This is what the energy is coming up for them, which means they're dealing with something they're trying to avoid, but it's blowing up in their face, or they're having to leave a situation, or they got caught or something. But it has nothing to do with you, but you're what that energy that you're pulling in, this magnetic energy, is pulling them towards you. They know they need to make something consistent with you. So let's see what's actually happening this week. I see the Justice card. So this is for somebody. Somebody knows what they need to do. You know what's right. But I also feel I'm hearing somebody say, please don't tell me I told you so. It happens, or maybe it's happened before. But to me, it looks like your person's finally reaching some phase where they have no more control over their situation. It's crashing and burning, where God is even saying to your person, like, it's time to move on from your situation. You gotta make it right. So maybe you will get that apology with that Justice card too. I'm sorry for the way I acted. Maybe both of you acted out of alignment. This week, maybe you're both reconciling. Sometimes it is two people that created this Tower card. We were avoiding something, but we finally confronted something this week. So this could be a very powerful week for my Virgos, a revelation. But it's also balancing the scales and trusting yourself a little bit more, right? So I do see for some of you a possibility of somebody really feeling the consequences for their actions and you getting that. Again, it's going to be slow, testing the water type of energy, but coming in. So what does Spirit think you should do? And I'm seeing the Death card. It's time to move on from a situation. So are we able to rebuild from this? It looks like we could rebuild this week. There's a huge ego death happening here. But this is up to you whether or not you can let go of something that's happened and whether or not you're ready to move on and transform from this. I feel like this person in your life is a very transformative person for you. A lot of you could have some Scorpio placements, and you tend to get into a relationship where it is meant to transform you. So there's a lot of growth happening this week between you and somebody else, and it looks like you guys are moving on from a situation with a person. But now for some of you, you could be thinking about maybe it is time to move on from somebody completely. This could read like that as well too. Either way, somebody wants to bring some sort of peace to the situation. And you have the Page of Pentacles as the storyline, which is, we could make this work. If we could learn each other again, if we could figure out how to start slow, how to make it work with this Death card, but we have to leave something behind. All right, Scorpio energy, Libra energy, Aries energy for you is very strong, but you also have Cancer and Pisces. Let's look at Aries through Pisces though for you. If that reading didn't resonate, I'll just see what other message comes through for think about the person that's on your mind. Aries through Pisces. All right, you have the Three of Pentacles. All right, so things coming together. All right, Three of Pentacles, things working out. You got enough there. You got something going on. You got something growing here between you and the person on your mind. All right, you know, but it's a learning period. It's figuring things out. It's making things work, adjustments, you know. So Aries, I see the Two of Wands. You got an Aries getting ready to move forward with this. You guys are moving forward, so they may reach out to you. Taurus, seeds have been planted. Seven of Pentacles, you're growing. This is the card of things might be stalling right now, but there's a reason for it. All right, but it's not, that doesn't determine the outcome. Things are still moving forward. You know, you may make plans this week. You could start to make plans. But I am seeing patience there, you know, give it some, you know, lean back a little bit. Gemini, all right, release any harsh judgments. There could be forgiveness coming in with a Gemini. Cancer, leveling up with a Cancer. You guys having a conversation about what matters to the both of you, and maybe even attempting a commitment. Leo, the Hermit card. Leo may feel distant from you this week. They're just trying to spend time with themselves, quiet time. They still have your energy around them. So try not to take it personal. Just give it some more space. Or if they just pull back a little bit, it's just them going into their own little world. Virgo, Five of Swords. You have the Five of Swords showing up, right? So there is some conflict between you and another Virgo, and something needs to change, and they know it. They're just trying to figure out what to do or how to do it or how to fix it, you know? So it does seem like complicated energy between you and a Virgo this week, but there is a way around it. There is a way to figure it out. You know, it's going to be different for each and every one of you. Libra, Six of Cups, you and Libra on the same page, right? You both are attracted to one another. Scorpio, you and Scorpio moving on. Things are looking up. Things are getting better. All right. So you'll see movement, things starting to pick up pace. Sagittarius, all right, falling in love with you, or just wanting to reconcile or see where things go. You definitely have love forming. Capricorn, Nine of Fire, don't give up. All right, you guys have something you've been working hard towards, and you both want this. You both may just be a little bit rough around the edges. Aquarius, the Lovers, you and Aquarius on the same page, right? You guys just got choices, you know, make decisions on how you're gonna, you know, communicate with one another. But you both seem to be in love with each other. And Pisces, I see a judgment, renewal. Your relationship is going in a different direction this week. with a Pisces. All right, maybe you guys finally realizing where, facts are facts, what's true, what's not. And we both want this. So let's move on. All right. All right, Libra. Oops. The banner. All right, let's get Libra going. I got my Red Bull on. Hello, Max. Are these? Yes, yes, yes. Cherrywood. All these pieces are handmade, custom made. I'm very lucky. All right, Libra. Sadie. All right, so let's see. All right, my Libras. 9 of Pentacles. All right, overall looking good. So this week could be a really good week, very positive week, upgrading week. You know what I mean? Things looking good, very successful. You're looking good. Your person is also looking good. Very independent energy, very stable energy, very grounded energy. Very independent energy though. So it can be the card of solitude as well, kind of like Virgo energy, where if somebody pulls away a little bit, it's just, they're good to go. They're good. Everything's still good. All right. We just have somebody here that spends a lot of time working, doing their own thing. Very independent. All right. Your person, Page of Pentacles. All right. So you got somebody's attention. You got their attention. They hear you. They see you. They like you. They definitely like you. And I've talked about that before. Like is really, a good place to start. It's not tolerating, it's liking, it's interested, it's wanting to get to know you. But it's also taking things very slow. And that can be, everybody hates to hear when I say that. I know it. I hear you guys, right? But unfortunately, Earth energy says it's a slow start, but it does not mean that it won't pick up. It's a really amazing energy for something that could last long term. Your person's trying to figure you out. Your person's trying to get to know you, thinking about you, and, easing into things. So this kind of energy for you could be maybe not always, feeling like somebody's consistent with communication all the time, or, you might get a text once a week, or you might get a text a couple times. One day it might seem like it's a lot. The next day it might seem like very little. That's the kind of casual energy that's coming through. But it's a very strong way to start. What pulls them towards you? Ooh, the Queen of Cups. Their feelings. You're magnetic. You're very magnetic. And you're very loving and very nurturing. Very warm-hearted and kind-hearted. You're very creative. I don't know if some of you, there's a mother and child here, so, or parent and child. So there could be, you know, maybe this is why things are moving slow. Maybe some of you, maybe there's an age difference. Maybe I'm just trying to figure you out. You know, you could be dealing with somebody who's single and you could have a child, or maybe you're somebody who's a mother who wants a child or a parent who wants children, you know, and this person is just taking it slow. But what draws them to you is how warm you are, how intuitive you are, how, you know, creative you are and loving. So this relationship is evolving. You have something to give that nobody else can give, and maybe this person's just trying to figure it out. You know, you see things differently. Maybe this is new for them. It's new for them, and so, you know, a lot of people take their time with that. Very positive though, I just want you to know, it feels very positive. It just, you know, you're on a different stage. They're showing up as a page, you're showing up as a, you know, what draws them to you is your maturity, is your queen, whether you're male or female, doesn't matter. But you got it going on. You got me interested. All right, what's their biggest block? The Six of Wands. Maybe this is somebody that is very professional, gets a lot of attention or likes a lot of attention, is used to doing their own thing, very outgoing. They're always working, moving, their ambition. So you are dealing with somebody who, you see the Nine of Pentacles and the Six of Wands. That's a very ambitious person. That's somebody who needs validation through success and, you know, attention from other people. But you don't need that, and that's what draws them to you. You're not superficial. So I like that. So you've got to remember that this week is your depth and your warmth and your maturity and your creativity is different from what this person is used to. This person may deal with a lot of audience people, you know, they could be, I always think of real estate for some reason, or governor, they, you know, or even social media, but you're dealing with somebody who has a lot of people in their life. They see, but they keep things superficial. But now here comes you. What draws them to you is the Queen of Cups, which is somebody who's got a lot of depth. And so they have to approach you differently. So, you know, that's the difference. Now, you could easily take this personal because the water signs take things personal. As soon as somebody doesn't move fast or they move slow or they're being the Page of Pentacles, it's like, oh, it feels like breadcrumbing to you, but it's not breadcrumbing to them. It feels like it to you because, you know, you might be in your emotions and feeling like, why can't I get their attention? But their attention's being pulled in a lot of different directions, not all romantically. Right? So that's what I'm seeing here. So what's going on with you? What's actually happening with you? What you're not seeing about yourself? The Lover's card. Do you not do you not see yourself as desirable? Are you easily triggered because of a past relationship, Libra? Because what you're not seeing is how desirable you are. The Lover's card, that you're attracting in, you know, love, but maybe you don't see it because you are being represented also as the Queen of Cups. So the Queen of Cups is saying you're more attractive than you think, but the Queen of Cups can sometimes be quiet and humble and doesn't like to be center stage. Whereas a Leo will be like, look at me. A Queen of Cups is like, you know, she's there, but you have to kind of look because like a wallflower, right? And so maybe you don't like to be, you don't like to stand out in the front. You like to be kind of in the, lurking in the background, kind of Scorpio-ish, you know, like to test the waters and spy, you know, but you don't want, you're not used to being front and center. So you might be getting triggered by somebody who's used to being more confident and being, you know, upfront and being being confident like that, but you're misreading it because you're not valuing what you find what's attractive about you. You're attracting this person in a different way than they're used to. You're using your creativity, your intuition, your feminine energy, and you're drawing them close to you. But for some of you, if you're not seeing that you're attractive, if you can't see how others are attracted to you with that Lover's card, or you're having a hard time letting love in because this is you. You may not be seeing that you're the one that's blocking love for coming in, because you have to make the choice of letting love in. But if you've been burned in the past and you misread somebody as, not interested or moving too slow or not, or you taking it personal, something, you may be blocking love from coming in, not realizing it. You have to do your own research there. You have to do your own reflection to figure that out. But you are very desirable, and somebody sees that. You're just maybe different from what they're used to. Now, what's actually happening this week, things are going to move pretty quickly. So I hope this is for you. You may get your beliefs and your assumptions really twisted this week, but you may see that where you've been defensive, or where you've been guarded, or what you've been thinking or assuming about somebody could really turn around, and you might see something totally different this week. All right. So a lot of movement when it comes to communication this week. But also be careful of assumptions this week, because the Knight of Swords can say you may get triggered and assume because somebody, didn't or doesn't say something, and you could react with this energy out of defensiveness. So be cautious of that. But what I'm seeing here is a lot of movement when it comes to you being challenged this week with what you truly believe, because somebody is interested in you. And what you expect to happen might not happen at all. It might be totally different. And maybe you'll have an epiphany about that this week. And you'll realize that somebody is very attracted to you. You have Gemini, Aquarius, Libra. You also have Earth, and you have water showing up for you as well. Gemini especially is here, Gemini. So you're going to be challenged this week to your assumptions. Watch what you're assuming. Look up the law of assumption if some of you have never heard of that, and how that plays out. So what's your advice? What should you do? The 10 of Pentacles. What's your end game look like? What do you see your future looking like? What do you really want? And, this is focusing on your plan for the future, what you really want. Now, some of you are assuming that this person isn't what you see your future as, and you're messing with somebody who's not giving you enough attention, and you don't see this as long-term goals. Then don't waste your time. But I am seeing that there is potential here that somebody does want to see long-term with you. But you're being asked, these cards are almost reversed. This one should be over here. I'm feeling like your assumptions could be leading you down the wrong path, whereas somebody here is just at the slow start with you with somebody, but one that could end up long-term relationship. All right, let's look at Aries through Pisces. So if that didn't resonate, maybe this will. All right. So think about the person that's on your mind, and I'll get an additional message and see. Thank you. I'm glad. Today's readings are taking a mind of their own, which I like. I like Monday readings. All right, Aries through Pisces. 7 of Pentacles. So this is also telling me here too, this is where you're at. Something's growing, something's moving. It's just, it could be a temporary pause and somebody reevaluating, where things are going, what's happening, what do we need to move forward? Do we want to move forward? These kind of energies. But you know, there's still something growing here with you and another person. So Aries, I see the Fool card. You got an Aries here, on again, off again, though. So they're still they're not sure about commitment. So just keep that in mind, that, you know, there's an opportunity here. But until they fully commit, you don't want to give your all just yet, until you know exactly if this person is willing to commit or not, especially if they keep coming back on and off again, on and off again. That's a pattern. And so they may come in like nothing's wrong, nothing's happening, but let's get things started, and just use discernment. Taurus also coming in, things growing with you in a Taurus. You could be going out, making plans together, but your relationship continues to move forward. Gemini is the Knight of Air. So for some of you, there's a strong Gemini placement or person in your life. And things could happen really fast this week between the two of you. And just be careful about your assumptions and decisions. Cancer. All right. Cancer is in the Nine of Swords energy. All right, losing sleep over something and worrying, but you may be expecting the worst here with them too as well, and worrying about things not turning out, or they're worrying about things not turning out. They may ask for forgiveness about something this week, but I am seeing a very stressful energy around your Cancer. Leo, things looking good with a Leo, things finally moving forward. You know, you guys may find that, you know, you're making longer plans, deciding to move forward with long-term goals. Virgo, the sun, things look really good with a Virgo. No matter what's going on, it looks like there's a happy outcome with you guys, or you guys met for a reason. Libra, the world, all right? So things coming together with a Libra. You should start to feel like you're understanding the situation, Libra, or, you know, you're getting some sort of closure. You're realizing what something was, and you're ready for things to move forward. So a lot of them coming together for you, right? Whether that's closure or a new doorway opening up, but it feels good with you and another Libra. Scorpio, Nine of Water, your wishes coming true. All right, any concerns you may have with your Scorpio, let those concerns fade away. Sagittarius, you and Sagittarius forming a stronger relationship, realizing the bond is stronger than you thought, maybe they thought. Capricorn really has you on their mind. They could speak their mind this week with they're bringing out their truth about the situation. Again, that could even be long-term plans. Aquarius, Page of Water. So this could be a relationship that is starting a new phase. And Pisces, right? Pisces is still feeling stuck and not sure what to do about the situation. Hello, Moonflower. All right, Scorpio. All right. Scorpio. Scorpio, Scorpio, Scorpio. How are you guys, Scorpio, over this full moon? Tell me about it. Tell me about your weekend, Scorpio. There was a couple unexpected moments during that full moon, but for the most part, you know, because you guys know I have a stellium there, but for the most part, there was a couple moments of truths that came up for me. All right, maybe for you too as well. And we have some incoming calls. That's what I see with that. It's the energy this week. A lot of incoming information, incoming truth. Maybe this week it's going to start to unfold for you. This is just so much clarity on the bigger picture. Maybe some of you really being, I kind of just feel pushed forward into seeing the bigger picture. You could have an Aquarius, Libra, Gemini around you. You might be applying too much pressure to your mind around a situation. So I do want to say that as well. You might be putting too much on you at once, on time as well too. Like you've got to learn something too quickly. You got to figure something out. You got to figure out a relationship. So you're putting a lot of pressure on figuring everything out at once around a love relationship. Now, this could be your person too. You don't have to figure everything out at once. I was like, I need to move on and let go. Why do we have to do anything? Ask yourself that. Why do you have to have everything figured out right now? It's a feeling that you're dealing with, not the situation. It's the emotion. You could just let something be and don't do anything, and don't put the pressure on needing to make a decision or have clarity. Sometimes really what needs to happen is that the lesson in it right there is to not even worry about something, because the more we even worry about having to make a decision about a relationship, the more you're making a problem of something, right? And I think that was one of the big things, was releasing a lot of things that are untrue about your situation and moving on quickly into this new, wiser version of what you already know to be true. For you, I think it's about, I know it, I see it, I understand it. But this full moon that just happened for you, now it's about you believing it and embodying it. You can talk about it all day long and say you know it, but you got to be it, do it. So let's see your person's energy. This is going to be what's going on with them, not what you think. And I'm seeing the 9 of Pentacles. This guy's been coming, this woman, this guy, whatever, been coming out all day today. And your person seems to be very content with you, with the situation. You have somebody that's very solid, very earthy, very grounded around you. Somebody may be thinking about plans for the future with you. Very independent energy. You are dealing with somebody who likes to work, likes to figure things out, likes to spend quality time with themselves and do stuff with themselves. But this is somebody that has a lot of respect for you. And they're also somebody who really values their own ambitions. And money stuff. But what does draw them to you? The Knight of Swords. You got a way with words. You got an attitude problem too. My Scorpios, don't get mad at me. I am channeling right now. It's just wild. I always do, but sometimes I just go into this zone. You can be very defensive, but it seems like somebody really wants to figure you out. You got a lot of truths and you got a lot on your mind, but it does feel like somebody is starting to understand you. Somebody's starting to figure it out. They love the way you go at things. You're very intentional. Very intentional. But you can also get ahead of yourself too. And I can see this energy right here too. Like you've got a lot to say. You put a lot of pressure on yourself and others with this energy and your person. And you're very fast moving. Now, this person likes this about you. It draws them to you. But you can see their energy is more grounded. So what blocks them? You might even be funny. Some of you a little bit funny. All right. So what's blocking them right now is either they have something unfinished when it comes to another relationship or a home, or their home life, or they're uncertain yet if they're ready to commit into a new relationship full blown. You know, are they afraid to let you in? Are they afraid to let somebody in? Now, if this is somebody here that lives alone, wants to be alone, but there's something about you that they just can't, they can't fight you off, that's for sure. You're not somebody that's going to let them. You speak your mind. You don't avoid issues, and I think this person loves this about you. So, but their block is taking that next step. Maybe they feel like you're moving too fast. And I was just going to laugh because, I don't put myself in the readings, but I'm thinking I always got to get the hell out of the house. I don't like being home. Right? Maybe your person, you want them home, you want them around you more. And that's the block. You want them to you want to get together more, you want them home more, or you want them to be around you more. And this is somebody here that may spend a lot of time alone. Let's see you. What's going on? What you're not seeing about yourself? The Tower card. What's going on, Scorpio? You full of drama? I am seeing here with some of my Scorpios that some of you are intense. You want what you want. You may not realize how intense you are. That draws them to you. But at the same time, it's like you're not going to get this person to budge. You know what I mean? They're confident in themselves. Your person here is like, look, I can do my own thing. I can, but it looks like you get yourself going. I got the answer for you right now. I'm doing this. Scorpio, you sit and get in your head too much that you start creating your own drama in your head, and then you get intense and explode, and you get frustrated and you get defensive at this person, and you come out of nowhere and this person is like, what the hell's going on? You have a lot of energy. You have a lot of energy, a lot more energy for this person. But that doesn't mean that they're not interested in you. It's just that maybe you're moving too fast for this person, or you're too intense for this person. And what's happening this week, though, because maybe you don't realize, maybe some of you are going through something where, like I said, looks like you're being pushed out of something. So some of you could be going through your own awakening where you're kind of getting pushed out of some way of thinking. Maybe God's trying to break you out of some pattern right now. Because you got somebody here who's a 9 of Pentacles. And you're making assumptions about this person from a place of intensity and uncertainty. And maybe overreacting. And I do see the 4 of Wands here, which tells me there's potential for this person to grow with you, commit with you. But there's overreacting here. What's happening this week? We have the Ace of Swords. Maybe there'll be a breakthrough energy where you guys actually talk about things and clear something up. Especially if there's been some breakup or drama or something. If you've lost your shit, Scorpio, it's showing up right here. If you have not lost your shit, this is not your reading. But I can't deny You always come back around, and this person knows you're going to come back around. This person always knows you're going to come back around. So that's why they show up 9 of Pentacles. This person just doesn't change. You're the one that looks like you're kind of going around in circles here. This week, you could have a breakthrough. You could have a conversation. You could talk about what needs to happen. There could be even an apology, understanding. And what should you do? I see the Fool card. Are you able to trust the unknown? Are you able to move forward and trust the unknown? Because it looks like you're having a hard time trusting this person. And this is what keeps coming up for you. It feels like you have a lot of pressure when it comes to timing, how things happen, communication. You have a lot of energy, and there's a lot of pressure on you. And I'm feeling like the Fool card for you is saying, for your advice, are you able to jump into this relationship and just not know where it's going to go, what's going to happen? Just enjoy what's happening? Because unless, of course, you're unhappy and you need to move on, because your person's showing up as content with the way things are, but you're showing up as intense and unhappy with the way things are changing, or the way things are moving. And right now, with the block being the 4 of Wands, it tells me that you're still growing. The 3 of Wands, there's so much room here. You guys are, making it happen. You talk, whatever. But the 4 of Wands, it's like you want more. So I don't know. You got Aries energy, you got Gemini, you got Aries Scorpio energy. I'm just seeing that you might be really intense. And to me, it feels like you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself or the situation. And you're making the situation maybe more intense than it has to be. Or your person just feels like they pull away when you're extremely intense. But they know you're not going to give up, and they know you have good intentions. So that is why they always come back around. And that's what I have for you. So let's see Aries through Pisces. If that did not resonate with you, we'll see the person that's on your mind. All right, meditate on the sign that's on your mind. This will be different than the reading I just did. All right, Knight of Fire. So something happening pretty fast and a lot of chemistry this week when it comes to the person on your mind. Aries, Knight of Pentacles. As I say that, Aries gets the Knight of Earth. All right. So it looks like they want to get things done with you, though. Very focused, and it looks like staying true to their commitments. Following through with their promises. Taurus, I see leveling up with a Taurus, all right? You guys seem to want the same thing when it comes to commitment, and very dedicated to one another. Gemini kind of staying quiet right now, or not saying as much as they want to. So even if you're talking to them, know that there's more going on in their minds behind the scenes, and they are attracted to you. Cancer, you got news coming in from a Cancer. So they're definitely wanting to step up and see where things go, but you have that slower energy with let's get to know each other. Leo, the Moon card, a lot changing with a Leo. All right, so know that there's more going on behind the scenes. Give it time for it. It will show up for you. You will see the truth. Virgo, you and Virgo could be complicated. It's been complicated. It seems like it's still complicated. you guys are dealing with a situation that may take some time to figure out. Libra, give it a little bit more time. It looks like they just need in space to figure things out. Scorpio, 9 of fire. What's going on? You got a lot of intensity and fire. You know, maybe you're reaching a breaking point. Who knows, right? This is saying don't give up and believe in yourself. So believe in yourself when it comes to a situation. Maybe you are putting too much pressure on yourself or another person because it's your own fears. You are the wounded warrior, and you did just have the full moon. Doesn't mean you're always or have to always be like this, but it could be what's going on right now. I am saying don't give up on your Scorpio, or they're not giving up on you. Sagittarius, I see reconciliation or connection. You guys both adore each other. I just felt like saying adore. Capricorn, you know, feels like things, they're not happy with the way things turned out with you guys. They're still upset about it. You still could feel some distance between you and Capricorn. Aquarius fallen in love, or your relationship is entering a new phase. And Pisces, 8 of Swords. So Pisces still afraid to move forward. All right. They just are afraid to take action right now. Trying to avoid. Hello, Tammy. All right, Sagittarius. $220. All right, Saggies. Hello, Mystic. Hello, Richard. What's up? Don't forget, I do super chats on this live stream after Pisces. I don't do it separate anymore. All right, Sag. Let's see your person. What are they doing right now? Well, you have the Chariot, so things are moving, right? That's always a good sign. We got movement. Let's go. Let's get the show on the road. You have Cancer energy and a positive outcome. So some of you are really focused and determined to get what you want, and don't let anybody deter you from that. This week could be a very promising week when, you know, with relationships actually starting to form into something, you know, it feels more positive. It feels like we're getting somewhere and we're both, you know, clicking. Things are clicking. Your person, look at this, the 10 of Swords. So finally finalizing something, getting past something, done with something, and wanting to rebuild. So they're moving on from a situation, needing to move on from a situation, wanting to move on. All right. This has been something that, you know, may have been going on for quite some time. This could be this could be more than just a relationship. This could be something where they were dealing with a lot of betrayal in their life, a lot of pain in their life, right? Anything, right? Or divorce, anything, right? But it feels like your person is in a good energy this week where it's like, I'm ready to move on past this. What draws them to you? The Moon card. You are definitely mysterious. No question about that. They can't figure you out. And you're always different. You're always changing. You're always keeping them guessing. Sometimes that can be terrifying for them. You can be emotionally overwhelming at times, right? Who can't be? I mean, but it's like this person may, on some subconscious level, feel some way with you that they just know without knowing. They know something intuitive is saying, I'm drawn to Saggy. I don't know why. I can't put it together. I don't know how. I don't know how we're going to make it work. Could be a Cancer, Pisces energy. But there is something about you're always evolving, always changing. You always keep this person guessing. It's kind of cool. What's their block? The Six of Pentacles. Are they ready to give? Are they ready to fully be invested and fully give? Can they give you what you need? So the only block here is this person might not, it looks like this person is ready to start fresh, right? Are they financially ready to give? Do they have the effort? Do they have the patience? Do they have the time? Do they have the support? Can they always be there for you? So that's the only block I'm seeing, is that there's a question of whether or not, there's a question of whether or not they can bring this into balance and give you the respect that you need, give you the time that you need. Let's see how you see this situation. Yourself, the Magician. A lot of you know what you want. A lot of you got this covered. A lot of you have been waiting for this moment. A lot of you have the power and the influence over this person than you realize. With that Moon and the Magician, you know, this person may have a lot of debt. This person just, but you have the power, the influence over this person, and they can't figure out how or why. So your reading's wanting to go really down a spiritual level. Like there's something really deep happening here. This week, I feel like your person is being pulled to you regardless, even if they don't have the answers why. They may not have all the answers for you. They might not even know how this is possible or how it's going to work. But you have some sort of influence over this person. And you might not see the magic you have. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't realize that the power is in how you see the situation. Don't misread this person. They look like they're doubting themselves. There's a lot of self-doubt here when it comes to stability and respect for themselves. Maybe they've been through some shit and they don't respect what they've done in the past. There could be a lot of subconscious things coming up for your person here. But it could be misinterpreted by you. You might think that you've done something. You might look at it as a reflection or mirror to you, but that's not the truth. All right. So this week, the power is in what you choose to believe or focus about the situation. But you have a pull on this person, and it feels like even more powerful, during this full moon we just had. Maybe there was some revelation during this full moon, and it's playing out. You got Gemini, Virgo energy here as well. What was the bottom card? All right. Your person here may have avoided you in the past or rejected your offer in the past. All right. But this is somebody that's coming back really quickly because they may have rejected an offer from you, but now they can't figure out why they're still feeling pulled towards you. All right. And they're still thinking, or maybe even they could have even dreamed about you over this full moon. A lot of us have had some really wild dreams over this weekend. What's happening this week? I see the 9 of Pentacles. Looks like somebody could be getting their shit together and stepping up. And it could be an internal thing. Somebody could be in solitude thinking, maybe I am ready for this. Maybe I'm more ready than I think. So you are manifesting somebody towards you, and they are clearly moving away from anything that's been blocking this situation from moving forward. They may start to feel a strong pull, or you may start to feel an energy this week where you're feeling somebody or their presence being pulled towards you, where they could actually reach out and communicate. What should you do? I see the Fool card. You just got to keep trusting the unknown, keep moving forward. You got the Fool card too. You got Aries energy. So whatever was blocking somebody from moving forward towards you, looks like that is cleared up or been clearing up through this full moon energy. That's what I got for you, Sagittarius. Yours was taking a weird twist. You got Cancer energy here too. Somebody returning or somebody coming driving towards you, somebody moving towards you pretty quickly. You know, and that 9 of Pentacles is saying a lot about your person. They may be realizing that, you know, maybe I am getting my shit together, or maybe I do have my shit together. Maybe I don't need to wait to get my shit together before I get together with you. I don't know. That's what I got for you. Aries through Pisces. Let's take a look at each zodiac sign. Think about the sign, meditate on the sign. This will be totally different. So that reading I just did, if that didn't resonate, I'll just pull a card for each zodiac sign for you. Look at this, guys. So that reading was for somebody. You got the Magician again. You know, twice now. You're ready. The situation's ready. You have the ability to manifest this person in. You must be working your magic. You know, something good's coming out of a situation that you're here for today. Let's look at Aries through Pisces. That card does talk about fixing things, working together, working things out. Aries, 2 of Pentacles. All right, so an on again, off again situation, you may finally be making a decision and considering moving forward. Taurus, Queen of Fire, coming in fast and very fast and very, I was gonna say magnetic, very drawn to you. You're the Queen of Fire. So I see movement here with a Taurus, all about you. Gemini, your relationship is moving in a new direction. So facts are facts. Take a look at facts. Don't get into your feelings this week. It does look like there is a judgment coming in, a decision. Cancer, forgiveness coming in with a Cancer. Release any harsh judgments you have on yourself or your Cancer. You know, there is room for growth here. Leo, the Fool with a Leo. Right, taking that leap of faith, and you know, we might not know how things are gonna happen. you know, but this card here says you're at pure potential, which means just go for it. But if it's an on again, off again, obviously you do have to use discernment. Virgo, 2 of Cups, a conversation, your relationship's grown closer. Libra, a return, a reunion. You guys feeling very comfortable with each other, or they want to be with you. Scorpio, Scorpio could be making an offer to you this week as well. Sagittarius, you have the Devil card. Don't let your negative thoughts get the best of you this week. Don't let fear get the best of you this week. Obviously, there's a strong attachment between you and another Sag, but we can become obsessed at times and worry or fear. Capricorn. All right. So Capricorn still has some fears around, you know, there's that 5 of Pentacles. They could have a fear of rejection of some sort. It may feel like there's still a little distance, or they keep you distant, but the outcome is uncertain. Aquarius stepping up to the plate. You got an Aquarius that's confident about you and the situation. And Pisces. Oh, you got the Tower card for the Pisces. All right, so obviously something very significant with a Pisces. You know, anything can change. Be prepared. Something's going to happen that leads to change. All right, let's see. We have Capricorn. We're getting there. All right, where's my Capricorns? Hello, JM. Hello, Debbie. Khalees. All right, Capricorn. Well, this week we have, well, right now it's Sag moon, we have Cap, and we have Aquarius moon. So you guys all got your moons coming up. Hello, Melissa. 2 of Wands this week, so we're continuing to move forward. Things are still moving. Things are still happening. You could, you know, at some points this week maybe feel like, you know, you're getting anxious. You know, when's this person going to reach out? When's it going to happen? You know, could be back and forth a little bit. Feels like, you know, but it does look like making plans to move forward, right? Somebody reaching out. Just don't get ahead of yourself, you know, especially, you know, sometimes just when you're about to text somebody, they're like, oh, I was about to text you. That's what that 2 of Wands can be. It's like, oh, then you're like, oh, if I just would have waited, if I just would have held back. You know, the other thing I'm seeing here, you got to always keep moving forward, no matter what. If you're waiting for somebody, all right, they'll come when you're not paying attention to them, right? And so this week is going to be reminding yourself that if you're feeling hesitant or anxious about doing something, you know, you got to go find something else to do, because it's coming in, but it's like watching water boil. Your person, the Empress card. See, I am seeing here for you, you know, their energy, very attracted to you. You don't need to do anything else. You don't need to, you know, they already are attracted to you. They already feel something growing between the 2 of you. They like you and care about you, or love you the way you are. Maybe they need you to lean back a little bit, or just want you to lean back a little bit. You know, but you're on this person's mind. You know, you've gotten things started. There's something growing in the background that you might not be seeing. Now, this week, this card here, it could be the week they want to make something happen. They want to see things move. So it does look like there's growth this week, and it does look like somebody here. You don't need to do anything except be yourself, because this person's fully attracted to who you are. If some of you are very anxious and very masculine, no shame at that at all. We talk about that all the time. I mean, most of us women in here are very masculine. You know, they may be wanting you to trust and to, you know, back up a little bit so that, you know, they can be the one to initiate. That could be, you know, what draws them to you. The Knight of Cups. You got somebody that is falling in love with you, or somebody that already has fallen in love with you. You got to remember, you're already chosen. Maybe some of you don't believe it. You know, your heart, your warmth, your kindness pulls them towards you. Something you've done is different, and they will forever remember that. The way you are, the way you look, the way you act, something about your physical body, you know, it's a feeling you give this person. And, you know, this person feels very comfortable, very loving energy towards you. What's their biggest block with you, you know, or block with the situation? It doesn't have to be you. It could be the situation. I see the Five of Cups. All right, so the biggest block could be a fear of disappointing you, or things not working out the way they want, or they've had this happen before. They may have unfinished emotional stuff from a past relationship that's still haunting them. You may easily get disappointed or upset with them, and that bothers them. You know, this person may be hoping that they can make it right with you before they move forward. You know, if they've hurt you before because of a lack of movement, this person may not want to disappoint you again. And, you know, and your person could be dealing with depression that is unexplainable. And for those of you that don't know what depression feels like, it's not something that you can easily just fix for somebody else, or be like, well, just talk to me about it. It's not that easy. If somebody's very depressed, you know, they're going to make decisions that don't make sense to you. And they may not want you to see that's a Scorpio energy. They may not want you to see that version of them. Because what if you see that version of them? Nobody likes it. I'm so sick of people saying, I want to get to know the real you. And when they get to know the real you and you take your mask off, all of a sudden, you know, you're not the Pippi Longstocking, or you're whatever. I don't even know why I said that. I must have heard that in a movie. You're not, the people do this to me all the time. I'm so fun and so awesome to be around. And as soon as somebody gets to know the real me and know that, yeah, I'm freaking human, you know, it's disappointing to them, you know, like I can't always be on, you know, so it's like, no, people sometimes say that shit. And then when they get to know the real you, can't deal with it. Right? So that's a block there for somebody. So that's why I'm going kind of deep with that one. Let's see you. What you're not seeing about yourself. The World card. Maybe you got some unfinished business you have to deal with. right? I'm giving it all to your person right now. Maybe you got some shit, right? I don't know, maybe you got to find some sort of closure or be okay with knowing everything is coming together. There's no rush with the World card. The World card says it's coming together. This person sees you as also the world, you mean the world to them. I haven't said that in a long time. Sometimes it's literal, just like that. You mean the world to this person. You might be who this person wants to spend the rest of their life with or the next chapter with their life, but things need to come together. And if this is a major block for this person, that's a block. So let's see what's happening this week. You got to know that this person chooses you or, thinks the world of you. Those two cards. This week, you got the Chariot too. So I don't care what I'm saying. It looks like something really moving forward. The focus, as long as the focus is on you and this person can't get you off their mind or you both are focused on each other, movement's going to happen. There's a return, there's movement, there's going somewhere. There's definitely, we can get there type of energy this week. So things could move actually fast or turn around pretty quickly for you this week. You are seeing something start to form. So what's your advice? The Sun card. Be happy, don't worry. And enjoy the moment. I'm seeing enjoyment. You have a lot of major arcana showing up for you with the World, the Empress, the Chariot, and the Sun. This is about enjoying the moment and trying to find the pleasure and the fun and everyday moment and not getting ahead of yourself and worrying about what's next. Because remember, you have the Two of Wands, and that can be wondering what's next, always worried about what's next. Who cares what's next? Worry about what's today, what's happening now. So I'm seeing, deepen in your love with somebody, possibly somebody, has already fallen in love. All right, so Leo, Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio, Taurus, Libra, Aquarius, Leo, Scorpio, and Taurus. I already said that. All right, so let's look at Aries through Pisces. All right, Aries through Pisces. Focus on the sign that's on your mind. If that last reading didn't resonate, maybe something in this will. Guys, another synchronicity. The Empress, bottom of the deck, twice for you. So a relationship that's growing and knowing that you're chosen is the biggest thing. Don't doubt that you're not chosen. Aries, conversation coming in. All right, you guys may be clearing up some misunderstanding. Taurus, also conversation coming in. All right, they're wanting to figure it out. They're wanting to get to know you or take the next step. Gemini, your relationship is deepening emotionally, right? Queen of Water, very loving energy with the Gemini. Cancer, King of Fire, all right? So they're very focused on you. Again, this is, seeing or wanting to see where the relationship goes. Leo, there's a lot of ego here and pride with a Leo. You guys are learning something with each other or trying to figure something out with each other. We got to release the focus so much on a Leo. They could have an addiction that you're unaware of. Virgo dealing with some pain. It could be physical pain. It could be separation with somebody or you. A little bit more time. It might be too soon. Libra, all right, we are seeing conflict with other people, other situations that might be getting in the way of this situation moving forward, right? So this can be challenge and energy, but it does not mean that you guys can't make it work. You just might have a lot of other stuff going on. Scorpio, right? New opportunity with Scorpio. Your relationship is advancing, moving forward. You had the Two of Wands. Sagittarius, still kind of by themselves, hanging on by themselves. You could still feel a little distant from them. Scorpio, Capricorn, right? Forgiveness coming in with the Capricorn. So I do see compassion and forgiveness, the Strength card, which is a bond that cannot be broken, but one where we're here to learn how to not judge each other and to release past decisions and judgments and to find forgiveness, right? Evolution, spiritual. And so you and a Capricorn, very, very connected and growing this week. Aquarius, Fool energy, you know, so anything can happen with an Aquarius. It's not worrying about the outcome. Pisces, getting together, a date, a celebration of some sort, or just need to have more fun is your message with the Pisces. Learning to have more fun. All right. I love that one for you guys. All right, Aquarius. I'll be doing earth signs tomorrow. So it'll be Capricorn, Taurus, Capricorn, and Virgo tomorrow. Bird, bird, bird. Hello, bird is the word. All right, Aries through, wait a minute, I already did Aries through Pisces. I'm shuffling the wrong deck. For Aquarius. All right. Oh, thank you, Zaza Glamour. I love your name. That's my intention. All right. Aquarius. Let me get a good shuffle. I was shuffling the other deck. I wasn't shuffling the right deck. All right, Aquarius. Oh, you can't hype my readings yet? You got to wait till I'm finished, I think, in order to hype it. Oh, I appreciate you, though. All right, Aquarius. You got a very... Oh, Aquarius. Star card. All right. You are moving on. All right. A lot of healing energy here for you, and another, you know, coming into alignment. Alignment is this card for me, alignment, which means you can't go wrong with alignment. This is your energy. It's stepping out of the drama. It's stepping out of your worries and fears, and it's doing the Aquarian, you're the big head in the sky. You already know better. You know that you don't have to know how, you trust, you're going to make it happen. So this week, you and another person definitely could be coming into alignment, especially, for some of you, maybe you are just starting to come into alignment and you're starting to understand what that means. And, you're noticing that things are getting a little bit easier or better for you. Opportunities are showing up. It seems like things are easy. Exactly. Your nervous system is back on track. Things don't always challenge you. I mean, people are always going to challenge us at the grocery store, but at the same time, it seems like that parking spot's always there for you. That's how you know you're in alignment or you're coming into alignment with somebody. Your wishes are coming true easily because you're not fighting what your truth is. Your person, the Magician, you both desire each other, both thinking about each other. Very awesome cards. We could stop here and do your whole reading on this. We don't need anything else. You both want to make it work somehow. You both are thinking about each other at the same time, same place. You both desire the same outcome, however you want me to say this. You're manifesting somebody in that desires the same thing you desire, even if you're single. It's working for you. When you're working for yourself and you're saying yes to the things that are yes and no to the things that are no, everything starts to work itself out. You have your person here, Gemini, Virgo energy. Maybe there was something in Gemini's reading, Virgo's reading that could be for you as well. But you have somebody who's got their eye on you who's like, we can make this work somehow. Even if it takes time. Sometimes the star card is like, you know, it might not be possible today, but we're not going to give up. We can make it work. But the thing that happens when somebody else is manifesting you and somebody desires you as much as you them, it happens quicker. But part of that is you also have to believe that they want the same thing you want. Otherwise, you just keep fighting the cause, fighting against it. What draws them to you? Ooh, the Devil. You guys have some underlying story that's going on that keeps you guys attached. It's a soul contract type of energy. This relationship, whoever you're bound to, you are bound to because you both are evolving on a spiritual, transforming on a spiritual level. And a lot of people that find themselves in tarot are dealing with these kind of relationships. It's a fatal attraction in a way, right? It's like we can't, there's something about you. You fucked with their head. You also are their kind. You guys both, okay, this could be a trauma bond too, though. You guys know that, right? It can be that we're each other's kind. We have the same issues, the same problems, you know, but we've got to grow from this too. That's the spiritual part of it, is that you guys have to grow beyond it. So very challenging situation, but they're very attracted to you. There's a lot of lust, sexual desire here. What's their biggest block moving forward? And their pride, ego. You can see it written here all over this. Look at all the major arcana in your reading. There's a lot of ego and pride, and I will say that it's mirrored, so it could be both of you. You guys are bound by the same wounds. You're bound by the same addiction for each other. You both have ego, pride, and you're transforming through this relationship. It's gonna be a very strong relationship that you've been manifesting in for a while. You know, but you guys both are learning the illusion behind all that. That's the Lover's card too. It's just the ego is getting in the way with both of you. Let's see what you not seeing about yourself. The Ace of Swords. You know, maybe you're not seeing your own truth. You're not seeing clearly. Or the part that you're playing, or the part that you played in this. Let me get one more. Yours is a very, what's happening this week? I see the 6 of Wands, but let me get the 7 of Cups. You guys, you're not an option. Some of you guys have a story going on in your head that I don't know if your person has treated you like an option before, or you keep telling yourself that there's other options, but you're making yourself an option for this person. So I'm pulling up the wound here because you're in a very spiritual connection that you're pulling in, somebody very attracted to you, but you have this trigger in energy. Some of you have got to make a choice about what your belief is around this situation. If you believe that this person thinks you're an option, or that a fantasy, or you're in fantasy land, or you believe it's too good to be true, or you don't see them choosing you, and that could be what is creating any kind of misalignment. But that could be your block. You're starting to see yourself as an option, and you know that you want to be the only one chosen. So reflect on that. But I am seeing this week you have the 6 of Wands here. Somebody could be showing up to get your attention. You both want each other's attention this week. Somebody could be coming back in. This could be through social media, or just, you know, kind of nudging you along, trying to get your attention in one way or another this week. What you should do, I see the Queen of Cups. You really need to sit with your feelings. You really need to process your own emotions and decide what you really want here and what you truly believe. Because I do feel like for some of you, you have a belief that you're not their best option, or that your person is keeping their options open. So Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio, Capricorn energy, Virgo, Leo, Gemini energy coming in for you. And this is who's coming around for you. So this could happen as soon as next 6 days. Aries through Pisces. I know. You guys went so deep. All right. If you don't want to be an option, you got to tell yourself, I am not an option. There is no friggin' other way. I am competing with anybody else. Aries through Pisces. So if you didn't get anything out of that message, this next portion, think about the sign that's on your mind. I'll pull something out for you here. All right. Well, you got the Hermit card. So some of you could be at a distance from somebody, or, you know, it just feels like your person keeps you at arm's distance, or ghosted some of you. And, you know, they just go quiet a lot. Now, the Hermit tells me that you could be dealing with somebody who's just stuck in their ways at times, likes to be in solitude by themselves. So let's see how it plays out with Aries through Pisces. Aries, you have the ego. For Aries, you have the devil. All right. So I am seeing that there is a strong attachment with you with an Aries, but their ego gets in the way. And so anytime their pride gets hurt, or anytime ego happens, they pull away, they ghost, or they disappear. You're dealing with a trauma pattern. Taurus. All right. So it does look like Taurus wants to clear something up with you. You know, you matter to them is what I got. You really matter to them. And maybe they're hoping that there's a new way to make something happen between the two of you. Gemini, dreaming of you. All right. So Gemini coming back in, you have, or coming towards you. You know, they just don't know always what they want, but they can't seem to stay away, or they still want to explore the possibilities with you. Be careful of on again, off again with that guy or woman. Cancer, 7 of Cups, Cancer. You don't remember the option energy. You don't want to be an option. It's definitely it's a complex situation with you and a Cancer. They may be procrastinating. You're on their mind, but they've got to make a decision. Leo, couple more days. It looks like they're trying to figure out their, a solution or what to say, what to do. Virgo, justice, the decision coming in. They want to do what's right. Libra, the Empress, the things growing and maybe something manifesting with you and a Libra this week. Just continue to nurture the situation. That's all you can do with the Empress is let it grow. Scorpio, the Star card. So you and Scorp, both in alignment, happy times coming in. It looks like you guys could be making some long-term plans. Sagittarius, falling in love with you. It looks like you had an offer this week from a Sagittarius. Capricorn, light in the fire, right? Change is happening with you and a Capricorn? Capricorn. Aquarius, 8 of Cups. All right, it's time to move forward and evolve. Maybe you and another Aquarius, you guys are trying to figure out your own spiritual path. It doesn't mean this is the outcome, but right now you could be going your own ways. Pisces. All right, Pisces, it might be wrong timing with a Pisces, but there's more going on than meets the eye. So they're still trying to figure out what their own truth is. It's just a timing issue with Pisces. All right, Pisces. All right, let's get a good shuffle for Pisces. I'm glad you enjoyed it. All right, Pisces. Pisces. All right, 10 of Pentacles. Not too shabby. Good way to start. This always tells me that something good's coming your way when it comes to being with the right people at the right time this week, right? So there could be you're attracting in a lot of good energy around you, feeling and knowing who is true and who is really supportive of you. I forget who else got this earlier, but it was with the cups. But it's one of these, you may even just know that you belong together with somebody. You're on the same team. And I get the Knight of Cups underneath that. Maybe somebody who's around you on your team is in love with you, fallen in love with you. Somebody who's friends with the family or knows one of your friends or part of your friend's family. But you have somebody here lurking in the shadows here who is wanting something more with you, and it looks like long term. Your person, look at this, the 2 of Wands. You got somebody on the fence here. Somebody wants to open up. Somebody wants to connect to you. Maybe travel towards you, invite you somewhere to a family outing or gathering. Part of their family is what it just feels like, it's the early stages, guys, with the 2 of Wands for the 10 of Pentacles. But this is somebody that is hesitating because they value you and they see you as something more. They see you as long-term. So maybe they are, still closing off something, you know, maybe they're connected to somebody, or they're just nervous. Sometimes it's just nervousness. What draws them to you? Look at you, the Nine of Cups. You're delicious. You're what and who they desire, everything about you. They're truly in love with you, or somebody's fallen in love with you. You're their idealistic. You are definitely somebody that is, they may never have imagined that they could. I know this sounds so like Piscean when I talk like this. It's like a movie, but it's perfect for you. It's like they may never have imagined seeing somebody like you, or meeting somebody like you, or being with somebody like you. But if they are hesitant or nervous or still holding back a little bit, it could be, you know, just nerves. I'm getting just nerves, Pisces. What's their biggest block? Look at this being vulnerable. This is somebody who's strong, wears a strong mask. And that's not a bad thing. When I say the word mask, we all have our mask suits on, you know, different places. They've got pride and they don't like to be vulnerable. This is somebody that wants to seem confident and strong, but this person is very, very compassionate and very much attracted to you. They don't want to make the wrong move or look stupid. I got Leo energy. Leos don't like to look stupid. Let's see what you're not seeing about yourself. The Queen of Wands. Do you not see how are you underestimating yourself? You're showing up as the Queen of Wands. Are you insecure about yourself? What you're not seeing is you're the Queen of Wands. You stand out. You're very attractive. You have a big heart. And you're very magnetic. Some of you, I mean, the Queen of Wands is one of the most attractive. I always give it to the Queen of Cups because I'm water. But I do, and actually Queen of Swords. But the Queen of Wands, you're hot as shit. So there is a little bit of insecurity showing up, or maybe you're just not happy with where you're at right now. Maybe you're just feeling a little bit shy or reserved, or sometimes scattered energy. Maybe you just have a lot of scattered energy and you just you feel stressed, or you just feel like you're not seeing how other people see you, because you're showing up as the Queen of Wands and your person here sees you as like, I just ate some cake that had all this thick frosting fudge on top, and it was amazing. I have never eaten a cake that had so much fudge and frosting on it. Like, I almost got sick, and I never get sick from chocolate. Like, this was almost too much fudge. This is how this person kind of sees you. But I do feel like maybe you're not feeling comfortable in your own skin, or you're just feeling uncertain about, you know, maybe you got a lot going on and you're stressed, right? Oh, it's not too much. No, it was almost too much, but it's like dinner for me. I used to eat the whole container of fudge frosting. Forget the cake. I don't need cake. The cake is just like a holder for the frosting. On my birthday, I want a candle right in the container of frosting. All right, so let's see what's happening this week, because this seems like something passionate really starting. And for some of you singles, this could be somebody that's trying to approach you. This could be somebody that really wants to get the fire started. You have so much fire here. You know, this week, the Seven of Pentacles. All right, so it looks like they're still holding back a little bit this week. So I'm just going to sum it up to this, Pisces. I feel like you're going to have to play with this fire and see where it takes you, because you're still this week. It shows me that somebody is still at a standstill, not quite sure what the plan is. But you're growing, all right? There's something moving here. You just got to wait for your person here to decide to make a move. What should you do in the meantime? Five of Pentacles, quit sulking over it and stop expecting the worst to happen. Stop feeling like it's like you're disappointed is what I'm seeing. You're very disappointed and you're focusing on disappointment happening. And I got my owl here, like, looking like, no, quit judging the situation this way. So this is what I got for you. And this is something that could play out for some time, because you got the Ten of Pentacles and it looks like, this is something worth investing in. This person sees you as somebody that's worth investing in. So it could be the early stages. If that didn't resonate with you, I will do Aries through Pisces. But in this reading, you had strong fire, Aries, Leo, Sag. All right, Aries through Pisces. And don't forget, after this, I'll be doing the super chats. I'm only going to keep it open for as long as I have on there. So you got a few more minutes. All right, Aries through Pisces. All right, you have the Page of Fire, so I am seeing some phone calls and flirting. All right, you might be feeling really good this week when it comes to the person on your mind. Be yourself, I'm seeing, and expect some fire, maybe some movement when it comes to the person that's on your mind. Now, Aries, I see the Star card. You guys could be making plans for the future, but also know the Star says just let it happen, because it does look like you guys are on the right path. Taurus, Four of Cups, missing you, feels like they missed an opportunity with you. All right, but there's still a possibility coming in with the Taurus. Gemini has a hard time opening up, but they are stuck on this. They're still, hoping that this grows. All right, but you do have Four of Pentacles, which can be somebody who needs to make sure everything is perfect before they make a move. It's fear-based. Cancer, the Wheel, right? So some change happening this week, them coming back around. Your situation could suddenly move forward with the Cancer. Leo coming back in, another unexpected opportunity. It's the Fool, so it just says, let's see where this goes. Virgo, Seven of Water. All right, you're in a complicated situation with a Virgo. They kind of keep you hanging, a little bit uncertain. Is it enough for you? You may be making a decision, but they certainly aren't. They're just kind of keeping you hanging. Libra, Ace of Water, Ace of Cups, right? So you guys could bring this back to life, or somebody's falling in love. Something's starting with a Libra. Scorpio, King of Water, right? So open your heart, or they're opening their heart to this. Looks like they really trust you. Sagittarius, the Empress, right? So things are moving and grooving and growing with you and a Sagittarius this week. Something could actually finally happen. Capricorn, things moving really fast. You could get phone calls, events, movement, talking. Eight of Wands. Aquarius dealing with some pain or sadness, or doesn't want to be away from you, feeling like they need a little bit more time though. Or they're sad that you guys are separated. Pisces, the Strength card. I see forgiveness coming in with you and another Pisces. Or maybe you need to find forgiveness and release any judgments you have over a situation. You might be judging a situation wrong. I love you guys. Oh, hello, Miss Homeheart. All right, guys, I'm going straight into the questions. I don't do a separate live for the super chats. I do them on here now so that I can just do whoever shows up. So 3:25. Give me 2 seconds to just run to the restroom and I'll be right back. All right. So let's see what I got here. So far, I have Randy, Carissa, I think Ariana, Richard, Megan, and I did get Ariana's question, and I ran. So let me see if anybody else came in the back. All right, I have Norma. Is that, or is that you? Ariana, is that you? And I have Jen. And all right, so let's start here. All right, Crystal. All right, let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Randy first. Randy came in first, then Carissa. Sorry about that, Carissa. All right. Let's see. How long has my ex been carrying the burdens of disappointments in the choice she made? You know, timing's a difficult one. I mean, you really can't, it's really hard to sit there and read on timing. Yes, Blake or the Berry, I'm just starting. I'm going to put the questions that closed in about 15 minutes. I don't even know how to answer this, like, really, because that's kind of a loaded question, and let me see. How did she feel when she first left? That'll start it, because then it'll, I mean, she was ready to leave. She had to leave. So, and I'll see what's in between that and now. But he's wanting to know how long she's been feeling this way. And I don't even know how long you guys have been separated. So I'm going to start there. I'll pull a card for, you know, the challenge. All right. I do see the Lovers card. So the challenge could have been sometimes with the Lovers card, we either just fall out of love or we're not in alignment anymore, and or somebody from the past, or, you know, but I don't know your whole story. So sometimes when we're you know, it's hard to make a decision to walk away from somebody, even with the Lovers card, because at one point you felt a deep connection. And then sometimes we just don't feel it, and then think we want something else, and then later on realize that if we just would have stuck it through, maybe things would have turned around. So this is what's happening when she left, the Two of Wands. She wanted to explore more, see what's out there. She had one foot in, one foot out. It wasn't easy for her to leave. She just felt pulled towards exploring other love situations, other relationships. It wasn't an easy choice because she had love for you. There may have been a lot going on between the two of you that she just wanted to explore other avenues. It seems very sexual, or, you know, it's just all about the lovers wanting to find that magical love. Maybe she lost that love and feeling and thought she would find it. That's, you know, it's FOMO in a way. But this same energy may bring her back to you. Right? Because you have the Four of Pentacles lurking in the background here, which is like, I haven't let go. But I also don't like that energy. I want you to know that. That's somebody that wants to keep you, knows you're hanging on, and wants to see if somebody better's out there before they come back around. You know, and that's really what she was doing. She just wanted to be free and wanted to check out her options. So from this point, this is when you guys left, when she left, until now, you know, when did the disappointment start? So at first she was good with her choices. You have the Empress card and the Queen of Cups. You know what? Maybe she was hanging out with her friends. Maybe her friends told her. Maybe she, you know, sometimes your friends, your single friends can want to keep you single because it's not fun watching your friends get in a relationship. So her friends could have been an influence to her decision. But somewhere she realized she was lying to herself, because you do have the Seven of Swords coming in. So maybe she was trying to lie to herself, or maybe she was in denial. You know, I have the Ten of Pentacles. At some point, she started thinking about her long-term goals. Money could have become an issue. I don't know. I don't know if financial is an issue, or a child, or somebody, her family, somebody in her family. There could have been something that happened with her family. You are seeing that family investments, inheritance, home, long-term goals. So she could have got some news around money. She could have got some news around her family, her home, her business, where she had to face she faced some deception, or she faced some disappointment. And it was just all hit at wrong timing. So it does look like she went through something that happened significantly, which is where she started maybe feeling like she made the wrong decisions. You know, I got that she could have moved, traveled, or had to move, or tried to ignore it, move on. She may have moved on from some friends or some family members. You know, I'm just reading the cards like this because I don't know your situation and I don't know really what, you know, I'm just trying to see the timeline. And it seemed like that something that happened here with money, family, or whatever I said there is what potentially pushed her towards wanting to explore something or reignited her passion for this connection or thinking about you. Or maybe she's going through this now. So when did it start? You know, the Tower card. It looks like she faced some truth midway. So look at your situation and ask yourself, you know, and cut it up in thirds, because that's what I did here. 1, 2, 3. It looks like in the middle phase, something happened. All right. So something she could still be going through right now, because you see the breakdown of her foundation, her home, her family. There's some truth being exposed, some lies she was told that is breaking down. She cannot avoid it anymore. And this could be what she's going through right now, which is happening right now. And maybe this has to finish before she's pushed towards reigniting it with you, connecting with you. But it does look like she had the influence of other people, and it does look like she was lied to about something, or there was some sort of everything coming at her at once when it came to her home or work or family. All right, I hope that helped. All right, let's see, Crystal. All right, thoughts, feelings, intentions, and likely outcome. Let's see if anything has shifted. Sorry, I had to get something to drink. All right. If 1 or 2 people show up, I'll take it, but right now I'm putting that. Feelings, thoughts, intentions. You're welcome. Thank you, Randy. All right, 10 of Wands, bottom of the deck. Let's see. Feelings. The Empress. All right, thoughts. The Lovers. Still in choice mode. Intentions. The 5 of Pentacles. Still keeping you distant. Still not making a choice here. But you can see that he's been thinking about you. So something you're doing. The Empress was coming out a lot today too. Likely outcome is the 4 of Wands. So maybe he doesn't think he's good enough for you. You're growing on him. His thoughts are growing of you. And right now, the potential outcome is the Four of Wands. So you guys could actually go somewhere together, get together, and get closer, grow closer. So, you know, it's like right now you've already planted a seed and he can't stop thinking about you because every time he sees you, he knows that, do you understand that, right? He knows that you're interested. And so every time he sees you, that curiosity grows. And you're on his radar. But his intentions are the Five of Pentacles and the Magician. It's like he's just focusing. His problem is he focuses on things not working out. He doesn't think it could work out for some reason. But he questions it. It could be because of work. This is work, Magician. It's work related. Maybe he's hoping in time. It's just a timing issue. The Star card is like he maybe sees potential in the future or wants to make plans in the future. Maybe right now it's just wrong time, bad timing for him. Does he even want a relationship? You know, right here I can see that his feelings for you is the Empress, where, I mean, you can't get better than that. And his thoughts are you or the Lovers. Maybe he questions whether or not he wants to have something for the future, you know, or he wants to, if he thinks it can go anywhere. That's what I can get from this. I'm not getting that he's not interested. What's holding him back? What's his biggest block? The Eight of Wands. Too much pressure on him. He doesn't like the pressure. Work, timing, everything coming at him at once. You do have the Star card, you know, which is also saying, you know, maybe he sees a future there, but maybe he's just right now, he's got too much going on with the Eight of Wands. He does have the Lovers card. I'm not trying to avoid that in his thoughts position, which means there could be another person, and you already knew that. Tell me one more card about that Lovers. Four of Cups. He may be still trying to connect, or there's a past person still trying to get his attention. And you know that, but he's not as interested in that either. But it looks like it keeps him stuck. Are you sure he's not interested in her at all? I mean, that says he doesn't want it, but I could read it also too that he doesn't want to make a choice just yet because he doesn't want to miss his opportunity. So everything looks good except his intentions. It doesn't seem like he sees it working out right now. But you asked about the potential outcome from even the way things are right now. And it looks like you guys could end up getting together. It's going to still turn out in your favor. But the Two of Pentacles, you know, it's going to take some time adjusting. Just stay open to what's going on. Anything, you know what I mean? The Two of Pentacles is like, you just got to keep doing what you're doing. And you never know when something's going to turn. But that is making a decision here in the future, and you guys could end up going somewhere. All righty. 10 of Wands at the bottom of the deck, Carissa. It's like this has got a lot of weight on it. I just feel pressure, you know? He feels pressure. No Francis or Francine. No, 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 no. Definitely no. All right. Where is yours? Do you see a future for us together? Okay. All right, let's see. Do you see a future? Let's see a future possibility with Ariana and Oscar. You seem to love each other, but no forward movement. All right, let's see. Yeah, I'm closing the questions. All right. Let's see them. All right. You have the Moon card. There's a lot going on, so there's still stuff going on that's why there's no forward movement. But your tendency could be to sabotage in this energy, because when we don't know where things are going, we always expect the worst. And anything that goes wrong, or we read into everything with the Moon card. So because you're not seeing any forward motion, you're probably reading into everything, and all your signs are going to show you the worst case scenario because you doubt it. So let's see his energy, the Empress around you. So what pulls him towards you? Seven of Swords. Maybe he can be honest with you, because that's a good, what pulls him towards you. Maybe he trusts you. You're kind to him. You definitely have something growing behind the scenes. Like, he has feelings for you. He does see you as the Empress. What's stopping him from moving forward? Ace of Pentacles. He doesn't want to commit. He's not ready to give you a solid commitment. You know, I know that's hard because, you know, no matter what, you let him get away with what he does give you. So you're so kind and giving and nurturing and attractive, and he takes a lot of your energy away from you, and he doesn't have to give anything back in return. So as long as you keep giving to him, he doesn't have to commit. You got to let him step up. You let him take from you what you're not seeing about yourself. I'm doing the same spread I just did. The Knight of Pentacles. You do most of the work, and you have more value. You have more to give. You're hard on yourself, and you're not seeing your value and how much you give to a situation. You may be overgiven to somebody, and you're not giving him a chance to give. So sometimes people, even if they love you, and take this, I've had this experience, you know, they don't have to earn anything. They don't have to do anything. They don't have to provide anything, especially if they know that no matter what, your love is unconditional and you'll keep giving. Maybe they, you know, I can't really tell you to ignore. Let's see. What's actually happening? What should you do? I got the Nine of Cups. He gets everything he needs, and it's kind of a selfish energy. He does desire you. There is love there, but he gets what he wants. And what should you do? You know, the Six of Cups for you, and what should you do is reciprocate back to him what he reciprocates to you. So I can't tell you to ignore him, but stop overgiving and let him prove or show up. Give him an opportunity. You know, if you're not seeing forward motion, but you feel love, you're feeling like you're the one that has to do all the work. But if you weren't doing all the work, it's facing the fear of them not showing up. And then is that real love? You know, because then you'll be facing some sort of truth because you can't trust them. You have a lot of love for them, and they need to prove it to you. And so just pull back your energy. And you have to pull back an energy in a way where you value yourself. Like F that, I ain't doing this. I'm not going to be the one always doing this. You do it for me. You ask for what you need. And if he doesn't show up, there's your answer. And I can't say that in any other way. That's with all of us. If somebody is either going to give you the time, the effort, the space, they're either going to invest or they're not. You know, if somebody's paying, if I'm paying somebody's bills for them, they're going to tell me they love me if they want me to continue to pay their bills, right? But if I stop paying their bills, are they going to stay? So sometimes it's the hard truths of trying to see if somebody really values you. And I'm seeing that you don't see your worth here. You don't see the investment. You have a lot to offer. And he can take from you, but he's not giving anything. So what I'm seeing is it has nothing to do about are you desirable, but he gets what he needs. He gets his needs met. And so you're not getting your needs met. You have to test the situation. I don't want to tell you to ignore anybody. I want you to step up and ask for what you need and what you deserve. But sometimes when somebody does not show up for you, you also have to be strong enough to not go back to the old pattern. Right? You might be so afraid to lose them that as soon as you realize if they don't give in, yeah, you care you're afraid too. You're afraid to pull away, because if you do and he doesn't come towards you, then you are gonna face the fact that maybe he wasn't interested as much. And that's hard to deal with. But also the flip side of that is, if you pull away, maybe that's what he wants, and then he can show up, and then maybe things turn out awesome. Right? That's something that women do that a lot, because a lot of us feel like we had to earn our place to have love. It's called conditioned. You're conditioned to think that you have to give more to be valued. And that's not true. So I also want to tell you that if that is one of your wounds, it's not easy. You have to work with that. You have to learn how to confront that and trust that you can say no, and trust that you don't have to do everything for everyone just to get them to like you or stay with you. Because the wound says, if I do so much for you, you will value me so much. It'll be hard for you to lose me, because you'll lose what I give. And that's not what unconditional love is. You shouldn't have to give so much to have a love relationship. It's equal. You give because you love. You don't give to receive love. All right. What can I expect in the matter of love in the month of May? All right. What can I expect in the matter of love in the month of May? Let's see. I see the Knight of Cups, so hopefully some new romance coming into your life, or somebody who is starting to eyeball you, or somebody's feelings are growing for you. So there is an opportunity for you. It could be unexpected too. Anything, it could happen out of nowhere. This could be a month that if you're open to romance, there could be somebody that's available. This could even be you making an offer to somebody else. You are welcome, Ariana. Let's see, we have the energy around you, the Five of Pentacles, but we have the Four of Wands. I don't know if there's some events coming in May. You have some options. You have a lot of options. I don't know if you're dating. This is going to an event. This is options to date. But your energy is the Five of Pentacles, so I don't know if you're feeling afraid to get rejected. You're not feeling 100% yourself. Are you afraid to invest out of fear of being disappointed again? But in May, I'm seeing a lot of events and a lot of opportunities. You don't want to miss them. So this seems, I don't know what your sign is, but this seems to be like a really good time for you to check your offers, to check your opportunities. If you're invited to go places, go, because there could be a lot of openings. May, you could be with family, friends, among family, friends. You could be, if you're in a commitment or if you're connected to somebody, if you've been distant from somebody, you could have a reunion. You could be celebrating your time together. You could be making a choice to move on, or finally making a choice to decide about a relationship, but the decision is yours. And I have the 9 of Wands. You know, it's going to take some work. All this is, you got to do something about it when it comes to love. If you're single, you've got to get yourself out there and face your fears. Put the physical work in if it's, you know, to do it. If you're worried about your health or anything like that, or your physical, you know, these are the things that might be blocking you. You got to make a choice to take care of the things that are blocking you. If you are connected to somebody, though, if there's been some trouble, it looks like you could be making things happen, but you still might be questioning where things are going. So you may have another chance with somebody, you may have a reconciliation with somebody, but there is still a possibility here that it feels like it's not fulfilling me enough. And that's where I'm seeing here, you know, there is, we get the Ace of Cups too. So there is an opportunity to establish a relationship with somebody handing you an offer or accepting your offer. It could be new love, or it could be somebody wanting to give something a shot one last time. And that's what I got. No specific signs, a lot of water and fire. All right, Miss Megan, I've been going through intense spiritual warfare and would like to know how it is going to end for me. I've been enduring for a really long time. Do you know your what is it, the draconic chart, your soul's journey, and look at your Chiron and Pluto, evolutionary astrology, and see what you're here for. You know, see what the story is. Because transformation is transformation, and you know, everything's going to end. Everything's going to end in death. You know, and the death is a psychological death, it's a spiritual death, and it's also physical. But that's why I'm thinking you may want to dive into more your journey, your spiritual evolution. Because there could be something that you're fighting off that, and if you feel like, I've said this, I've been saying this for years, and as somebody with PTSD and nightmares in the past, if you ever in doubt, if you're being attacked, I'm telling you, the power of Christ compels. You guys may think I'm dorky, whatever, I don't care. I've woken up in the middle of I've said it in my dreams. And it's probably the only thing. Sage don't work, none of that shit works, dumb work. I've used it all. And that works. So I know it's how is it going to end for me? Like, I'm not quite sure what you need to hear or what you're truly asking for it for. All right, so that's a complicated question. I'm just going to pull 3 cards. I don't know much about that. I'm not, you know, if anything, I have the King of Pentacles. It looks like in the Wheel of Fortune, there's a positive turn. There's a positive outcome, a positive solution. And there's also growth and maturity coming from it. Seven of Swords, Three of Swords, and the Justice card. So there could be painful truths. You are seeing a separation. You're seeing heartbreak. You're seeing, but you know what to do. So you got to close this contract, or, but you are asking what the end game is, and it is showing me justice will be on your side. So, and you have the Wheel of Fortune. Are you letting a specific person into your life that you cannot trust, or do you have a lot of people around you that you cannot trust? You need to clear up that energy. But for the outcome of your situation, because I don't know how else to answer this, I don't do stuff like that. I told you my way, and my way works. There's a lot of healing people, healing modalities, healing situations that if you're that deep into that, you've got to find somebody that can help you deal with that. Because I do believe people can spiritually attack you. But it does look like you'll find justice and the scales will be balanced, right? But this is you standing in your truth and also doing what's right, even if it's difficult. So are you around people who are sending you negative juju? Are you, you've got to make a decision also to cut certain deceitful people out of your life, envious people, hurtful people. So you've got to find a way. You already know what to do. And to me, it feels like you've got to cut certain people, cut contracts out of your life. That's going to be something, if you're around a certain organization and things like that, I don't have the advice for that kind of stuff. If you're around people that are this deceitful and this dishonest and this envious or untrusting and hurtful, painful, you've got to do what's right. And the justice, is that jail? Is that the law? Getting the law involved? Because if you're around negative people, it could feel like spiritual attack, but it's just their energy is not very good energy. So I do see you do have the Justice card, which does tell me that things will turn out in your favor, but you may have to take action towards cutting certain people out of your life. All right, I have Jen and Blaker. Yeah, so that's hard, Megan. That's hard. It's not easy being under a smear campaign. I wish I could do more or say more on that. All right, Jen. I got two more and then we are closed. I gotta go. right. Does he regret the last things he said to me, or does he mean what he said? All right, Six of Swords. The Hierophant. Definitely harsh, but it looks like he was being honest. The Four of Wands. And the Five of Wands. He may regret the way he approached it, or how it was said, or, you know, the fight, the argument, the tension, the challenge, but he may have pushed it too far. So there could be a little bit of, yeah, there could be a little bit of, I was a little bit too harsh, rigid, and the way my approach was. So yeah, he could regret the last things he said to you, but he did mean what he said. So there was truth. So this is where it gets difficult, because everything has some sort of truth in it. And it does feel like maybe he pushed it or felt pushed, or there is sort of a battle here. So you could have antagonized or pushed at it, poked the bear in a sense. But I'm sure the anger or the resentment or the frustration came from just being pushed, and it does weigh on his conscience. But I also feel like, you know, lesson, you know, learned, you know, sometimes we got to pick our battles. Were you pushing at something? And was it the wrong time? We had a lot of this Aries energy, you know, where I was saying, like, sometimes it can be in this energy right now, especially with the full moon. We can let our emotions get the best of us and then say things that we regret. So what I would say right now is there definitely could be some sort of reconciling, because it weighs on his conscience. But at the same time, whatever you were fighting about, which to me looks like something that wasn't making you happy, you didn't agree on a commitment, you didn't agree on something, and you couldn't agree to disagree either, which tells me, you know, that he was speaking his truth. So that is what I have. You know, you got the Empress here too, so it does sort of validate that, what I said. Oh, you said, are you ready to talk yet? Yeah. What was the last thing he said to you before that? Did he say he would call you, or you guys, you asked him if he was ready to talk? So there must have been a conversation that happened before that where he said, I need space, or we'll talk when I'm ready to talk. But you reached out instead of letting him reach out. So that's the Five of Wands. You know, or he wasn't ready and told you he would tell you when he was ready. You know, shit like that. I'm just trying to, I'm pulling stuff out. I'm not saying that had to be. He just said not wanting to talk, but you checked in and he had already said he didn't want to talk. You see how that works? Now you give somebody a reason, and then they're like, now completely leave me alone. And what you're doing is innocent in your eyes, but in his eyes, he's obviously frustrated with something and didn't want to talk. So he may have, it made him mad. And that's where I'm getting that from. Yeah. I don't know, but here's my rule of thumb. All right. My rule of thumb for everybody. All right. I have to believe everything you guys say to me because you're telling me. Why would you lie to me? Right? At least I would hope you wouldn't lie to me. But I do. I have to believe what people say to be true if they want me to believe that that's their truth. I can't just go off a feeling I have and make it my truth when you're telling me something different. So the same thing applies when your person says, I don't have feelings for you, as much as that might hurt. You don't believe it. And it might be true. They might have feelings for you, but in the moment, you have to believe what they say and respect it. And that's my rule of thumb with everything. Because if you tell me the truth, then that's going to be the end game. If you don't tell me the truth and I believe what you say, it's on you. You said this, so you can't come back to me. I have receipts. So we ultimately have to believe what people say, which is why we got to be careful with what we say. And yeah, he may have said that because that's the only way for him to get space from you. And it's hurtful and it hurt you. But the other way didn't work. And that's how that happens. So don't get stuck on the outcome of it being hard. You know, you gotta let it breathe now. You gotta let it breathe. But Tilly, what I'm trying to say though is like that could be true. What I'm saying to you, he says things out of anger, but you still have to take what he says, and because he can always use it against you. Like you just have to believe what people say to a certain degree. And be like, all right, if that's what you're telling me, that's what you're telling me. It's your loss if that's not your truth. Yeah, you just don't want to get caught up in that kind of energy. You got to let it dissipate and see if he comes around in a different energy. You're welcome. All right, Scorpio's current feelings. All right, let's see. Scorpio's hungry. Scorpio's current feelings. Scorpio's reading today was harsh. I did not expect that. And now I can see somebody's like, oh, damn. All right, you got Ace of Cups here with Scorpio. So maybe Scorpio's coming out to play. All right. Scorpio showed up in today's reading as being kind of dramatic. And I see the Ten of Pentacles. You know, the Devil card is showing up too, and I see the Hierophant. Well, you got something going on. So to me, it feels like their feelings for you, they feel connection with you, but you guys do trigger each other. There is some sort of attachment that you guys have, but to me, this also feels very spiritual, and this was coming out today as well too. There's something that you guys are doing for one another. There's a lesson here to be learned. There's also deep-rooted issues that Scorpio might be dealing with. So I will tell you that I'm Scorpio, and I just feel we just went through the Scorpio full moon, and there was a couple things that tried to pop up, and I'm like, hell no, hell no. All right, so I am seeing that there is an obsession here too. There is some lust, there is some desire. And there is potential for, I don't know the context behind your relationship, but I don't know if there's a marriage or there's family involved or there's some other situation, because the Devil is in between that, and that does show marriage and you're their temptation. So if there's any kind of manipulation or anything like that going on, be careful of that. No, I gotta leave, guys. It's 4:17. I've been on for 4 hours and 17 minutes. I've got to go after this reading. I'll be back on for Friday. Yeah, not today, Satan, but there is regrets here. So does Scorpio may have some regrets, or, you know, something that did happen. You know, they are dealing with something that's coming up for them that may be on their mind. A choice they made, a decision they made, something that keeps coming up for them that is weighing on them. But I will say, feelings towards you, there's a spiritual connection here. They feel something. You guys are both going through something together, attached to each other for a reason. And this could be a big moment for them. And I'm saying all this, I got the Ace of Cups, you know, so whatever's going on right here is sort of a breaking point. And this could be either an offer to you or a reconciliation. All right. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was 4 hours and 18 minutes. I got to let you guys go. And I'm on every Monday and Friday. I do the questions after the Pisces. And I love you guys. I am going to let you go and have a great day. I will be on tomorrow with Earth Signs and Wednesday with midweek check-in. All right. Take care, guys.